So let's go ahead and grab the link for the live stream over on YouTube so that, well, if you want to watch over there, you can do that. So let's go ahead and get that. All right, there it is. Let me copy that link. Copy that link. Okay, here it is. All right, so before we get started, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing on today's stream. So on today's stream, it is Wednesday, and it is Web App Wednesday. We're going to be covering the following topics. So we're going to be doing HackerFrogs after school. This is going to be the last session for network hacking. This is the 10th session. We're going to be talking about privilege escalation part 2, and this is going to be over at Try Hack Me. It's basically a continuation of what we did last class. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some easy hacker games over at hack.arg.e. It's a game called Hack the Web, and we're going to be doing about an hour or so of solving those easy challenges over there. After that, we're going to be taking a look at the beginner's network over at echoCTF Red, and we're going to be demonstrating some of those challenges over there. That's going to be more web app stuff. Please look forward to that. And in the fourth and well, probably the fourth, fifth, and sixth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing PwnTillDawn. PwnTillDawn is another cybersecurity platform where you can do CTF box challenges. So that's the schedule for today's stream. Let's go ahead and get started with the first part. Okay, so this is HackerFrogs. Thank you, GX000, for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing today. So this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Session 10. This is the last one for the course, and we're going to be finishing up the course right after this. So what are we doing? This is the 10th session. Let's talk about what we covered in the previous class. So in the previous class, we talked about privilege escalation. Privilege escalation, usually shortened to PrivEsc, is the act of upgrading the level of access on a system, typically through abusing insecure settings or capturing credentials. So what methods of privilege escalation did we talk about last time? We talked about... Oh, Error, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube, and welcome to the stream. We talked about PrivEsc via sudo. So a very common vector for privilege escalation on Linux CTF boxes are going to be sudo access. If a user has access to sudo with any command, there's a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. We also have privilege escalation via SUID binaries. So SUID binaries are commands that run in the context of the file's owner by default. Most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. And we talked about privilege escalation via kernel hacks. So kernel hacks are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in an operating system. Typically, older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to kernel hacks. And what are we talking about today? We're going to be talking about 3 new methods of doing privilege escalation on Linux. And Mohammed, hello, nice to see you here, Mohammed, on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to be covering privilege escalation via path hijacking. We're going to talk about privilege escalation via capabilities, and we're going to be talking about privilege escalation via cron jobs. So these all work in very different ways. So we're going to be covering these methods. So we're going to be continuing learning privilege escalation over at this room over here from Try Hack Me. So let me go ahead and get that link. I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. And what you need to do is you need to log into Try Hack Me, and then from there, you're going to be accessing this room. So we've already logged into Try Hack Me over here, and you just need to log into the platform. You can do it for free. So you can just go over to tryhackme.com, and if you don't have an account, you can make one. After you've logged into the account, you can go over to the link that I provided in chat, and then we can learn about Linux privilege escalation together. So what is the first task we're going to be talking about today? So the first topic is going to be let's see, it's going to be capabilities, and the capabilities section is over, is it capabilities? Let me check. Oh, no. The first topic we're going to be talking about for privilege escalation is going to be path hijacking. So let's go ahead and go over to the path hijacking portion of the Try Hack Me room. So path hijacking is where? Here. Okay, this is task number 10. So go ahead and click on the task number 10 header in the room, and then we're going to start the virtual machine that's associated with this room. So after you click on task number 10, you can click on the green Start Machine button over here. After you've done that, that's going to start up the vulnerable machine that we're going to be using to learn about this privilege escalation technique. So after that, you're going to go up to the top of the screen, and at the top of the screen, under the Linux privilege escalation little icon over here, you're going to see this button over here labeled Start Attack Box. That's going to start up the attack box machine that you can use to interact with the interactive machine that we started up here. So go ahead and click on Start Attack Box, and that's going to start up the attack box virtual machine. So we got two virtual machines starting up over here. And if you're following along, and if your machines are loading up right now, please let us know in the chat by typing in the chat, the boxes are spinning up. Smiley face. Okay, just like this. So it's going to take another 90 seconds, minute and a half or so, while these boxes are loading up. But I guess what we can do in the meantime is we can go ahead and talk a little bit about what this first method of privilege escalation is going to look like. So back over here, we're talking about privilege escalation via path hijacking. So when we talk about the path in a Linux environment, we're basically talking about the directories where the system is going to look for binaries that are part of commands. So there are several directories in Linux where these binaries are kept, usually in the user bin directory, the local bin directory, the sbin directory, etc., etc. And what we can do is we can add an extra directory to the path so that if there's an insecure program or script that is running, we could hijack that path. So like I said, in Linux, the path variable is a list of directories where the system will look for command binaries. So for example, if you use the whoami command, Linux will first look in the user local sbin directory for the command first, then it will look in the user local bin directory, etc., etc., and until it gets to the end of the path directories. So if it's not able to find that binary in any of those directories, it's going to return command not found. Okay, if we locate a privileged script or a command that we can run with sudo permissions or an SUID binary that is using another binary without an explicit file path, we can do path hijacking. We can add a writable directory to the path, and then we can hijack that path. So let's go ahead and go back to the Try Hack Me page. And on the Try Hack Me page, we see that our attack box has finished loading. So once it's finished loading, you can click into the terminal over here and then hit the Enter key to dismiss the terminal. So after that, what we're going to do is we're going to make this terminal nice and big, the one for the attack box, so that we don't need to strain our eyes to take a look at what's going on the screen. So go to the middle of the screen. Actually, wait. We're going to do one more thing first, because we need to copy this IP address over here. Because we need to copy the IP address, we're going to open up a terminal now that we have both of these window panes open. And the terminal shortcut is going to be at the top of the screen on your attack box interface beside the orange Firefox web browser shortcut. So it's labeled terminal. Go ahead and click on that. And what we're going to do is we're going to type into the terminal the IP address over here for the target machine. So remember that your target machine IP address and my target machine IP addresses, they're probably not going to be the same. But anyways, in the attack box terminal here, you're going to type in the IP address for the target machine. So for me, it's going to be 10.10.220.53. Okay. So after that, we can now put the attack box terminal in its own browser tab. We're going to go over to the center of the screen, and we're going to go down to the bottom. There's this button over here labeled View in Full Screen. So go ahead and click on that, and you're going to see that the attack box desktop is going to be put in full screen over here in another browser tab. This is what we want. So as well, what we're going to do is we're going to make the terminal bigger. We can go over to the terminal. We can click on View Zoom In to make the terminal bigger, but we can also use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+ to make the terminal bigger because we want to make everything nice and easy for everybody to watch for the people who are following along at home. Okay, grab that. Okay. All right, so hopefully that's easier to see. And what are we going to do now? What we need to do first is we need to log into the target machine. So over back on Try Hack Me, under Task 10, you're going to see this information over here. So alternatively, you can access the machine over SSH with the low privilege user credentials below. So there's a username Karen and a password password1 with capital P. So what we're going to do is back on our attack box terminal, we're going to type in SSH Karen at IP address here, and this is going to let us log into the target machine as the Karen user. So if you need to take a look at the command that we're using, I'll just provide it to everybody in the chat. There you go. Okay. So after that, so don't use my command specifically because you're going to need to change out the IP address because the IP address for your machine and my machine are not going to be the same. So after you give that command, it's going to ask you if you want to continue connecting, type in yes, hit enter, and then put in the password for Karen. Remember that the password is capital P, password 1. So password 1. And then after that, you're logged into the system. So you can clear the screen. And this prompt is not that great. This is an SH prompt. And what we want to do is we want to upgrade it a little bit by typing in the word bash. So after that, we're going to get a slightly better prompt, and we're going to get a little bit better functionality out of this shell. Sebi says, you're the calmest person I've ever seen. Well, I try my best. Sometimes I'm not that calm, but for right now, it's going to be okay. All right, so what do we do? So what do we do from here? So we're trying to figure out what we need to do what we need to do on this box. So I think what we need to do is we need to go into Karen's home directory. So we're going to do cd/home/Karen. Oh, there's no such file or directory. Wait. Okay, so we're going to move in. Oh, I remember now. Okay. So inside the home directory here, there's a user named Murdoch, and we're going to find the files that we want to interact with in Murdoch's home directory. So we're going to do cd/home/Murdoch. And then after you've done that, you're going to see two files over here. There's a file called test and a file called thm.py. GSVault says, what headset mic do you use? I really like the sound, so I wondered. I think this is some sort of Logitech gaming headset with noise canceling. So if you look up on like Amazon or somewhere, Logitech gaming headset noise canceling, you should be able to see the same product. But GSVault, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be taking advantage of this test binary over here. So if we take a look at what the file is, this is going to be a ELF binary. So these are the default binary type for Linux, and so this is an executable program. To execute the executable program, we just need to do // to reference the current directory, and then we need to type in the name of the file that we want to run. So it's going to be /test. Okay, and when we run /test, we're going to see this error message over here. So the error message says THM not found. So what does this indicate to us? It indicates to us that this binary here, the test one, is trying to use the THM binary. So it says THM not found, and let's talk a little bit more about this. So if we locate a privileged script or a command that we can run with sudo permissions or suid binary that is using another binary without an explicit file path, then we can add a writable directory to the path and then create a malicious version of whatever command is being referenced in the privileged binary / script. And then when we use the privileged file, it will open up a privileged shell. So how are we going to do this? Let's go ahead and go back to the TryAcme machine. And over at the TryAcme machine, the binary over here, tests, it's looking for this THM command. So what we can do is we can take a look at the path look at the path variable for this machine. So we'll see here that the path variable tells us that the system looks for command binaries in all of the regular locations. So it looks in user local sbin, it looks for the command binaries in user local bin, user sbin, etc., until it gets to the end of the list. So this is how Linux finds the commands inside of the file system. So what we can do is we can add an extra path to the beginning of the path, an extra path or an extra directory to the beginning of the path, so that it looks in our specified directory first. And this is how you do that. So you use the export command. So it's export. Let's see, export path equals, and we're going to reference this home Murdoch directory, and we're going to add it to the path. So path equals /home/Murdoch, and then we're going to append the rest of the regular path, and that's going to be $path. So this is the command right here. I'll provide it to everybody else just in case you want to take a look. Hopefully I haven't made any typos because that would be embarrassing. Okay, so after we give that command, if we echo the path again, we see that the home Murdoch directory has been added to the beginning of the path. That means that whenever you try to run a command, it'll look for the commands in this directory first. And this is the path hijacking. So the last thing we need to do is we need to create a malicious THM binary. So remember that when we run test, it's looking for the THM binary, but it wasn't able to find it. What we can do is we can create a malicious THM binary in this, well, it's not going to be a binary, it's going to be a shell script. And we're going to put it in this directory here, home Murdoch, so that the next time we run this, it'll find the THM directory and it will use it. And because the test binary is in suid binary that we see over here, and it's owned by root, then it'll run whatever commands we want inside of the THM shell script run by root. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to echo out to THM, and we're going to put in a very simple command, and the command is going to be bin bash. So bin bash means that it's going to run a bash shell. And because we're going to run it as the root user, it's going to give us a root level shell. So we give this command right here, and I'll just copy this over to the chat just in case you want to see. Okay, so the last thing we need to do this attack is we need to make the THM shell script executable. So we just need to use chmod +x on THM. Error says, will the PDF file be available somewhere? Yeah, I can give you the link for the PDF file if you want to take a look. Let me go ahead and get that. Here's the link. Okay, so we run chmod plus x to make the shell script executable, and then when we run the test command, it's going to run the thm command, and the thm command has the malicious command that opens up the bash shell for us. We're going to get a root shell. So let's go ahead and do that. So we run the test command, and we see now we're now running as the root user. So if we ask who am I, we are now root. Okay, so we just did a path hijacking attack on this test binary over here. We added a directory to the path where the commands are looked for, and then we created a malicious binary, or rather a malicious file over here that is referenced. And then we were able to execute the code in that file, and then we got root access. Okay, so that was the first method that we're going to be using for privilege escalation today. And you can always go back to the Try Hack Me room, and you can read under task 10. This actually goes into much more detail about how path hijacking attacks are done. And if you want to, you can go ahead and take a look at that content over there. But we're going to be moving along because we've got 3 different privilege escalation paths that we need to go over today. So we're going to go up to the top of the Try Hack Me page, and we're going to terminate this machine because we need to use another machine to do the next part of the workshop. So we're just going to go up to the top, click on the terminate button, and then confirm by clicking on terminate machine. Okay, so after we do that, we're going to be going over to the next task. What is the next task? Okay, so let's just review that path hijacking attack one more time. So if we locate a privileged script or a command that we can run with sudo permissions or an SUID binary that is using another binary without an explicit file path, we could add a writable directory to the path and then create a malicious version of whatever command is being referenced in the privileged binary or script. So now when we run the privileged file, it will open up a privileged shell. So that's what we set up over here. So the next thing we're going to be taking a look at is privilege escalation via capabilities. So to start that, we need to go back to the Try Hack Me room, and we need to go over to task number 8. So go ahead and click on the task 8 header, and then click on the Start Machine button. So it's task 8, privilege escalation capabilities. Click on the Start Machine button. So it's going to take a couple of minutes for the machine to initialize. But in the meantime, we can talk about what capabilities are. So we're talking about privilege escalation via capabilities. Capabilities in Linux are a feature which allows for certain binaries or commands to operate with additional privileges. So this is kind of it's kind of an advanced feature. It's a little bit like sudo access, but it's a little bit more granular than sudo access. So as opposed to SUID binaries or sudo permissions, capabilities allow granular control over binary permissions, I guess you could say. So we can return binaries with modified capabilities by using the getCap command. So when we want to find out which binaries on our Linux box have these capabilities, we can use the getCap command, and we're going to be doing that as soon as we log in. So let's go ahead and see if we can log in yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and go up here. And we see in the target machine information, we don't have an IP address yet, but we should be getting one in the next 5 seconds or so. So in the other pane over here, we can actually go over to our THM attack box in this little tab right here. So we can click on that, and that's going to load up the attack box. So here, what we want to do is we just want to type in our IP address while we still have both of these on the screen. So in the attack box terminal, I'm just going to type in the IP address here. So it's 10.10.33.170. Okay, so after that, we can just go back to, well, we're going to log in with SSH again as the Karen user, and the same password, password1. So we're just going to go back to the machine. It looks like the sizing has gone weird, so I'm going to reload the page. Okay, so we've got the IP address here. We just need to go to the beginning of the line. We type in SSH, Karen at this IP address right here, and we're just going to log in using SSH one more time. Continue connecting, type in yes, and the password is password1 with a capital P. Okay, so as usual, we don't like using the sh prompt, which is not very good looking. This is slightly better looking, okay? And what we need to do is we need to get the capabilities of the binaries on the system because we're doing privilege escalation via capabilities. So it's going to be the getcap command. So it's getcap-r/ and then to-dev-null. So the reason why we run to-dev-null on the end of this command is because this command is going to generate a lot of errors because we're going to try to access directories that we don't necessarily have permission to access, and that's going to generate a lot of error messages. So we're just going to redirect all the error messages over to the dev-null device, which is kind of like throwing them in the garbage. So this is the command right here. Let me go ahead and copy it to everybody in chat. Okay, so when we run that command, it's going to get a list of binaries, and it's also going to tell you what capabilities they have. So if we were doing this as part of a CTF exercise, what we could do is we could just copy this entire list of capability binaries, and then we could give it to an AI program. So I've got Claude AI over here, and I'm going to ask the question, are any of these capability Linux binaries insecure? Okay, and then we can paste in the list, and the AI will give us its opinion on which ones are safe and which ones are not safe. So this is a good use of the AI, getting it to look through some information and give you a assessment. So it says high risk, likely insecure. So it's got the home Karen Vim binary over here. It says it's very dangerous. So Vim with this setuid capability can escalate to root. So it also tells you how to do the hack to get the root shell, and it tells you why you shouldn't set this binary with these capabilities. So it also gives another potentially dangerous one over here, but we're just going to cover this first one over here, the home Karen Vim binary. So another thing that we can do if we were to do a CTF exercise and when we discover something like this is, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. I should probably talk about why this binary is insecure. So let's talk a little bit about this. So this is the binary that we found. So it's the Vim binary with the cap set UID capability. So cap set UID capability means that this binary has the capability to set the user ID when it runs. So if it's able to set the user ID, it can set the user ID as root, which means that this binary would run with root privileges, which means it runs with the highest level of access. And that can be really, really bad. And if we go over to one of our favorite websites for doing privilege escalation, it's called gtfobins.github.io. and I'll just leave a link for that. This is a website we use a lot when we do our easy CTF challenges. And what we need to do inside of here is we need to look up the name of the vulnerable binary that we found. So the name of the vulnerable binary that we found was Vim. So Vim, if you don't know, is a terminal text editor, and it has a bunch of entries over here on GTFO bins. So we can actually do a lot with the Vim binary if it has extra capabilities. So we can just look this up in the search bar. We can click on capabilities over here, and we can read about how this binary is vulnerable. So it says if the binary has the Linux cap setuid capability set or is executed by another binary with its capability set, it can be used as a backdoor to maintain privileged access by manipulating its own process UID. So it also says that this requires that Vim is compiled with Python support. So it prepend this part over here for Python 3. So what we can do is we can take advantage of the capabilities on this binary, and it's going to run this command right here. So I'll just go ahead and copy this command and give it to everybody in chat. And we'll talk about what this command does before we run it. So let me, Okay, let me go ahead and put this in my text editor, and then we can talk about it. Okay, so this is the command right here. So it's Vim with the -c flag. So the -c flag tells Vim to run a command. And the command it's going to run is a Python command because it was compiled with Python support. So the Python code over here is going to import the OS module that can be used to run system commands. And then it's going to set the UID of the process to 0, which means root access. And then it's going to execute some commands. So the command it's going to execute here is going to be bin sh, which is going to open up a shell. Because it's running as UID 0, it's going to open up the shell as the root user, and it's going to give a couple of other command flags over here to make sure that it opens up properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust the command a little bit because we don't like sh shells, we like bash shells, and I'm pretty sure that we're not running. We need to make sure that we're specifying Python 3. So the reason why we need to specify Python 3 is because we're taking advantage of the fact that it's compiled with Python support. So if we go over to the shell here, we can find out if there is regular Python on the system. There's not regular Python. So the Python command is actually Python 3, which we check with the which command over here, which means that we're going to have to adjust the command a little bit. So the command after it's been adjusted looks like this. And I'll just, Actually, I need to change out some other parts of the command too. So I just want to make everything bash because I like bash better than I like sh. So let me grab, Okay, let me grab the command, I'll copy it to everybody, and then we can go ahead and get going. So this is the adjusted command. Okay, we're going to go back to the box here, and well, to paste anything inside the terminal, we actually need to go to the command bar. Inside the attack box terminal, it's going to be on the left-hand side of the screen. It's in the middle. It's this little button over here. We're going to click on it, and then we're going to click on the clipboard over here. We're going to delete what is already there, and we're going to paste in the command that we created. We're going to close the clipboard, and then we're going to paste in the command in the terminal here. Okay, and this is the command. So when we run the command, it's going to run Vim with a specific command, and we're going to make it run this Python code over here. Because the Vim binary here has been given extra capabilities, the get cap UID capability, I think it's called, it's going to be able to run as root, which gives us a root shell. So when we run the command, we see we are now root. We ask who am I, we are root, and that means that we've used the capabilities to get privilege escalation on the machine. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about that. So let's do a little review before we move on to the last way we're going to be doing privilege escalation today. So capabilities in Linux are a feature which allows for certain binaries or commands to operate with additional privileges. As opposed to SUID binaries or pseudo permissions, capabilities allow granular control over binaries. We can return binaries with modified capabilities by using the getCap command, which I highlighted over here. And we can also feed the list of capability binaries to an AI to discover if any of them are potentially vulnerable. So once a potential vulnerable binary is found, we can check how to use it for privilege escalation using the GTFO-bin's website. Okay, so that's it for capabilities. Let's go ahead and finish this out over at TryHackMe. So at TryHackMe, we're going to go up to the top, and we're going to click on Terminate under the machine target machine information tab. So terminate and terminate machine, and that's going to terminate the machine. Okay, so the last method of privilege escalation we're going to be talking about today is going to be talking about cron jobs. So let's see. Okay, this is going to be task number 9. So after you've terminated the previous machine, you can click on task number 9, and then you can click on the Start Machine button over here. So we're going to be logging in with SSH using the same username and password that we have for the previous tasks. So we just need to wait for a minute or two for this thing to initialize. That's fine. We're going to be talking about how we're going to be doing the privilege escalation in the meantime. So privilege escalation via cron jobs. We've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And then we put on some birds. So we're just going to take a little break while the ads are running on Twitch and YouTube. And in the meantime, we're just going to watch some fun bird videos. These are my backyard birds, and I like showing them to everybody because I think they're super neat. Anyways, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in just a little bit. Infinite, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. So the little birds are just cracking away at the peanuts over there. And we're going to be coming back in about 10 seconds. So let's go ahead and put the birds away, and then we can continue hacking. Error asks, do magpies ever come visit? So there are no magpies in my part of the world. So unfortunately, I don't get magpies. I have seen magpies in a few different countries, and I think magpies are pretty awesome birds. But unfortunately, no magpies here. Okay, so let's talk about this. So we're talking about privilege escalation via cron jobs. So cron jobs are scheduled tasks on Linux systems, and they're a way for administrators to set up certain commands or certain programs to be run on a regular time interval. So the time interval, I think, is 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. And you can set these things up. So cron jobs are a feature in Linux that allows certain binaries or scripts to run at regular intervals, once a minute, once an hour, etc., etc. So if we're able to modify a script that is being used for a cron job, or if we're able to modify a component the cron job or the script uses, then we can potentially escalate our privileges. CryptKeeper says, "Hey, hello, CryptKeeper. Nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about privilege escalation. If you want to go, if you want to go to the lesson from the beginning, you can go back to the beginning of the stream. You can always rewind. It's pretty easy inside of YouTube. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about this. So let's go back to the TryHackMe webpage. So in the TryHackMe webpage, we're going to click on the THM attack box tab over here. And we're going to go up to the top of the screen. So at the top of the screen, there's the IP address. So we need the IP address on our attack box. We need to type it in because we need to access the machine via SSH. So we're just going to click into the terminal here. We're going to type in the IP address. So it's 10.10.243.80. Okay, so after we do that, we're going to go over to the other tab where the attack box is in full browser tab. We're going to reload the page because it looks like the desktop got a little bit screwed up. Okay, so we've got the IP address here on the attack box, and we're going to type in SSH Karen at this IP address here. So this is going to let us log in as the Karen user on this server. So we type yes for continue connecting. The password is going to be capital P password 1. Okay, and now we're logged in. So we're just going to type in bash to get a bash shell because the bash shell looks a little bit better than the sh shell. And what do we need to do here? So I'm going to teach you how to take a look at cron jobs inside of Linux. So in Linux, you can take a look at the scheduled tasks by using the crontab -L command, or maybe you can just do the crontab command. Can you do crontab -L user root? Must be privileged. Okay. All right. So the other way we can take a look at scheduled tasks in the system is we can actually take a look at a specific file. So the specific file is going to be the etc crontab file. So it's just cat etc crontab like this. So let me just copy the command and give it to everybody in chat if you like it, if you'd like to use it. There you go. Okay. So this is what the cron job list looks like. So the cron job list is either going to be every minute. It's going to run a task. It's going to either going to be every minute, every hour, every day of the month, a specific month, or every day of the week. And we can see over here that there's a bunch of different programs and scripts that are being run as the root user. So you know they're being run as the root user because you see the word root over here and a bunch of stars, as well as the name of the program that's being run. So the antivirus.sh script, and we've got backup.sh in the home Karen directory, and we've got the test.py in the temp directory over here. So the one that we're going to take advantage of for the cron job privilege escalation in this case is going to be this one over here inside of our user's home directory. So we are the Karen user right now. And we see that we're currently in the home Karen directory. And inside the directory is this backup.sh file over here. So if there's a cron job that's running as root, and it's running the backup.sh file, what can we do with this file to elevate our privileges? So if you think you know the answer, please let us know in the chat. Just type it in the chat. Let us know what we can do with this if we're trying to abuse cron jobs on Linux. So remember that the cron job is running as the root user. So whatever is being run as root. So the answer The answer here is, well, if we were not able to adjust the script over here, we could take a look at the script and we could see if we could modify anything that the script uses. So the script here is using the cd command, it's using the zip command, it's referencing some files on the file system, but the most important thing, Sigma says you can edit it to spawn a shell. So that's it. Normally this isn't the case, but in this case that's completely correct. The problem here is that we're given access, so our user owns this file. So our user owns the backup.sh file, which means that we can modify the file any way we like. Unfortunately, right now we don't have the permissions, so the file has certain permissions. We're not allowed to write to it, but we can give ourselves permissions to write to this file because we own the file. So it's going to be chmod plus w, and then the name of the file, it's going to be backup.sh. So after we do this, we see that we can now write to the file. And we're just going to modify the file by using the nano text editor. So it's going to be nano backup.sh. So we're now editing the file. We can delete whatever is here, and we can just put in whatever we want in the script. And I think in this case, we just want to spawn a shell. Actually, wait, we can't spawn a shell because, okay. So what we're going to do in this case is we're going to be a little bit sneaky. We're going to do these commands. So first we're going to make a copy of the bin bash binary, and we're going to put it in our home Karen directory, and we're going to rename it root bash. So that's going to make a copy of the bash binary and put it in our Karen directory over here. And it's going to be renamed to root bash. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to make the root bash binary a SUID binary. So we're going to modify the permissions for the file so that it's always going to run in the context of the file owner. And remember, the bash file is going to be owned by the root user. And if we make it so that it's an SUID binary, when we run it, it's always going to run in the context of root. So the last thing we have to do, I think this is all we need to do for this. Let me go ahead and save out this file. And I need to make sure that the file can be executed. So the file actually can't be executed right now. We don't see an execute permission here. So we need to modify the permissions again with chmod. So backup.sh plus X for executable on backup.sh. So if this works, in about a minute or so, the cron job should run, and it's going to copy the bash binary to this directory here, and it's going to rename it to root bash. Okay, so we just need to wait another 30 seconds or so. Good things come to those who wait. Let's Okay, so let's take a look at the etc cron tab. And so we see that that root is running the home Karen backup.sh script every minute or so, because it's indicated by these stars over here. So the first star means every minute, and the second star is every day, I think. What does it say? So every minute, every hour, every day of the month, every day of the week. Okay, so let's see if the script executed. Okay, so the script executed, and root bash is not an SUID binary. You know what? I think I might have screwed up the command. Let's go back into backup.sh. I think is it U plus S or is it S plus U? It's going to be one of these to make them, oh, you know what? I misspelled this. Yeah, okay. So I did root slash bash instead of root bash. Wow, that was dumb. Okay, so remember everybody, if you don't spell properly, if you make typos, you don't get to hack. And if you don't get to hack, you're very sad. So let's go ahead and correct our mistake. Save that file. And we're just going to wait for the script to run one more time. It should make the root bash file an SUID binary. And if it is an SUID binary, then we can take advantage of it to become the root user again. As it stands right here, this is just a copy of the bash binary. It really can't do very much for us as far as privilege escalation is concerned. Okay, so the script ran one more time. It copied root bash to the directory, and then it made it an SUID binary over here. And what we can do is we can just run the binary and use this little flag over here to preserve our user privileges. So when we run this special bash binary, we're going to get a shell as the root user. Okay, so who am I? We're root. Okay, we did it again. Great. All right, so if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did in this workshop, please let us know in the chat. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and do a little review of all the stuff that we learned about today, and then we'll finish out today's workshop. Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So we learned about privilege escalation via path hijacking. In Linux, the path variable is a list of directories where the system will look for command binaries. A system's path can be used as a vector for privilege escalation if privileged programs use other commands without explicit file paths. We learned about privilege escalation via capabilities. Capabilities in Linux are a feature which allows for certain binaries or commands to operate with additional privileges. Capabilities can be used for privilege escalation if the capabilities are given to certain binaries or commands. And we learned about privilege escalation via cron jobs. Cron jobs are a feature in Linux which allows certain binaries or scripts to run at irregular intervals, once a minute, once an hour, etc., etc. If we're able to modify a script that is being used for a cron job, or if we're able to modify a component the cron job command or script uses, then we can potentially escalate our privileges. And that's what we learned about today. So what's next? Okay, so the HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking course is done, but tune in next time where we're going to be looking at a new topic, reverse engineering. I think we might hold off a little bit to start the reverse engineering course, but it's definitely a course that I'm trying to develop right now. But okay, so what are we going to be doing next? So I need to take a couple of minutes to finish out the class on Zoom. I've got some Zoom students in a Zoom call right now. I need to finish out that class. But what are we going to be doing next? So in the next part of the stream, we're going to be doing some easy hacking related challenges over at the hack.arg.de website. So let me go ahead and pull that up. Hack. This one over here. So it's this is a very easy hacker related game, and we're going to be taking a look at some of the stuff in here. We're going to be doing that for the next hour or so, but first I need to finish out my class over at Zoom. So we're going to be taking a little break, so please enjoy the music and enjoy the Be Right Back screen. We'll be back in a few minutes. Ooh, that music's really fast. Okay. See you in a few minutes, everybody. Okay, everybody, we're back. I see Silas Rogers here trying to do a SQL authorization bypass. That doesn't work on Twitch. You know, there have been hacks on Twitch where you can actually do command injection on the streamer's machine, and unfortunately, those vulnerabilities have been patched. Oh, not unfortunately from anybody else's perspective, but from malicious hackers' perspective, I guess so. But anyways, let's go ahead and do the next part of today's stream. So what do we got on the schedule over here? So we just finished our first topic. The second topic is going to be hack the web. So these are easy hacking related challenges, and we're going to be doing that for the next hour or so. So let's go ahead and go over to, well, I need to document all these. So they say something in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're just going to go over to walkthroughs for the hack the web game. If you want to take a look at the walkthroughs that we've done already, Silas Rogers says, I joined your Reddit. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a Hack the Planet in a while. Everybody got to remember what we're going to do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, let's get started. So these are a series of very easy hacking related games, and we're just going to be logging into the site. So the site is in German, but what we can do is we can go back and we can set the site to English. Just a second. Okay, let me... You know what? I think the setting for the language might be in the cookies. So I'm just going to go over into the cookies, and I'm going to change out that cookie to make the language English. Yeah, so we got a cookie over here, language preference. It's set to DE or German. We're just going to change the value to EN for English, hit enter, and then we're going to reload the page. Okay, so it's now in English, great. All right, so we've done a number of these different challenges, and I guess the next one we're going to do is, let's go back up. So it's going to be called Tube 2. So if you want to join in yourself, you can go over to the site and make yourself an account. I think everybody's going to be able to participate even if they're not signed up. But if you want to log in with the guest account, I think the guest account is, let me go ahead and grab that guest account. Okay. Log out. Okay, so over here it says, to try out immediately, use the login credentials this. So it's demo, and then HTW123 is the password. I'll just leave these credentials in the chat. Okay, so we're just gonna log in, and we're gonna access this level over here. It's called Tube 2. Oh, wow. This, I remember this. Okay, so this is the challenge we're doing, and we're gonna be recording how to do this, how to do the challenge over on our GitHub. So we're just going to make a new file for our walkthrough. And what challenge is this? This is challenge number 32. Okay, it's called Tube 2. And we need to write a number of things for our write-up over here. I guess the URL is the first one. What category would this be in if this was in a CTF challenge? Let's see, what concept is being introduced in this challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so this is the URL we're going to be accessing here, and let's go ahead and take a look at the description for the challenge. So this is the Tube 2 challenge. it says this time calculate the number 1337. So this is the leet number, and I think what we need to do is we need to do some calculations. So let's see, we got duplicate. So we can just type in some numbers. How do we get to this number? So 1337, is there something we can multiply? So 1330, maybe we can get to 1336. That seems like a number that we can. So if we do, let me do some quick calculations. So calculator, we can get an online calculator. Okay. So 1336 is the closest even number. If we divide that by 2, 668. Can we get this number to appear in the calculator? Well, let's go back. So can we do 668? Can we duplicate that? Or is it going to... No. Okay, so how are we... How do we reset this? Drop. Drop, drop, drop. I think what we need to do is we need to get to this number by multiplying by 2. So if we divide this by 2, whoops. This is 334 divided by 2 again is 167. So math is easily my least favorite subject, or it was well, it's not my least favorite subject, it's my weakest subject. So 167, how do we get to the 167? So we can probably try to get to 168 and then subtract 1. So let's see, or 166. So 166, if we do 166 and then divide by 2, 83. Yeah, I'm pretty bad. I'm pretty bad doing math myself. 168. What about 168? 168 divided by 2, 84. So 84 is, yeah, we can probably get there from 80. So 84 divided by 2 is 42. 42 is 21. I'm pretty sure we can get to 21 pretty easily in this calculator here. So we can do 5 plus 5, 5 plus. So this gives us 10, and then we 2 and then multiply. That gives us 20, and then we add 1. That gives us 21. So what do we want to do? So 21, we want to get to 42. We want to multiply by 2 over and over again. So multiply, so 2 multiply, and then 2 multiply, and then 2 multiply, and then we need to go to 167. So it's going to be 1 subtract 167, and then we go back to 2 multiply. So 2 multiply, 2 multiply, 2 multiply, and we're 1 off. We're 1 off from our goal. The goal is to get 1337. So we just need to add 1. So 1, add, and then we submit this number. Okay, so 1337 is correct. So we managed to figure it out. It's not a super technical problem, but we need to think a little bit about how to get to the answer. So let's go ahead and do our little write-up over here. So the category, I guess we could call this programming, and the concept is use a tube calculator to arrive at the figure 1337. Great. Method of solve. So it's going to be 5 times 5 5 add, and then, oh, you know what? This is kind of like code, so let's put in a code block. So it's 5 add, and then that gives us 10. Then we then do 10 to multiply. We do 21 add, and then we do what? 21 to multiply, and then that gives us 42. 42 to multiply, and oh man, it's kind of monotonous. So it's 84. 84 to multiply. Hold on. Center everything. Okay, so 84, 168. 168 to multiply. I guess we could probably make this a lot more efficient if we wanted to. So 168 times 2 is 32, 33, 336 to multiply, and then 336 times 2 is 672 to multiply, and then that is 1336. 1 add, and then we get leet. Okay, awesome. Let's I'm math sure is hard, everybody. Okay, we got a ad break on Twitch, so we're going to do an ad break on YouTube, and we're going to put on some birds. Actually, let's not put on some birds, let's put on some squirrels. So this is a happy little squirrel. We're going to watch the squirrel, we're going to take a little break. If you need to get some water or stretch or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Okay, so we're going to be back in about in a few seconds, so let's go ahead and put the squirrels away and get back to the hacking. So, okay, we've just solved this level over here. Let's commit those changes. And for everybody who's looking to get into cybersecurity, while you're learning, it's very important to document all the stuff that you're learning and all the challenges that you finish, because you're going to be looking back at these notes for review. And when you get into the real world, inside of the when you're doing security testing, you need to document everything you're doing for your customers' security testing. Because if you're not able to give proper documentation, you're not going to get paid, and then you will be very sad. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be let's go over to this emoji challenge here. All right, so before we start, let me give everybody the link for the challenge, and let me start my write-up over here. So let's go ahead and create a new file. So this is 37, huh? We're gonna call this emoji.md. Okay. Alright, so what's the URL? So this is the URL here. The category is we don't know yet. The concept we don't know yet, and the method of solve we don't know yet. So let's go ahead and go to the challenge. So the challenge is here, and it says, so this is the emoji challenge. It says, nothing in the world is as beautiful as your smile. I could look at it all day. Send me a smile. Your answer is this emoji. Your answer is this emoji. Do we just need to copy the emoji and then paste it into the field here? Okay, so so that's not it. Which emoji is this? So here's the thing. I don't use emojis a lot. I do know that they exist, and I'm not too sure where we would look for this. I think there's a website out there called Emojipedia. Emojipedia. It's basically a Wikipedia for emojis. The thing is that I'm not too sure if we're able to get this particular emoji. This is, I mean, which emoji is this? Is this just the smiling emoji? Okay, so smile emoji. Windows key plus should pop up the emoji bar too. So Windows key plus? Ah, okay. Wait. I'm not in Windows though. This is Linux that I'm working inside right now. So I'm using Kali Linux right now. So if we just look up smile. Smiling face with smiling eyes, slightly smiling face. Which emote? This is, I think this might be the grinning face. So if we take a look at here, it looks like this one, right? This one. Grinning, either grinning face or grinning face with big eyes. Let me take a look at the. So this is the one with the round eyes. So I think this is it. Okay, so from here we can actually copy this. So let me just get the link for everybody. Okay, so I think we can copy it by just clicking on here. And then we'll go back to the challenge and we'll paste in the emoji. So there's probably a bunch of different methods we could use to solve the challenge, but this is just the one that I used. So okay, so this is correct. We were able to paste it in correctly, great. Let's talk a little bit about this. So category, I guess we would call this an OSINT category challenge. So the concept is learn about how to paste emojis into a search field. Actually, I guess we could call this a data field. Okay, so the method of solve. First, we need to find out which emoji the one referenced. That's not how you spell reference. Referenced. Find out which emoji the one referenced in the challenge is. And I guess another way you could do this is you could go back. You could grab this this image, and then you can do a Google reverse image search. So you could go over to google.com. And then you would click on this over here, search by image. What you can do is you can paste in the link for this particular image, so this PNG. So the way you do that is you go over here, you right click, you do copy image link, then you go over to the Google image search and you paste in the image address. After that, click on search. And yeah, that looks like what we want. And can we search this? I wonder if we can give this to the AI. So if we go over to the AI and we paste in the link, I wonder if it can tell us which emoji it is. Okay, which emoji is used in this link? And then paste in the link. Let's see if it can take a look. Okay, so I can't directly see the emoji used in it without accessing the image. Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us. Okay, so DeepSeek doesn't tell us. Let's try Claude. Maybe Claude is going to be able to tell us which emoji is used in this link. Okay, paste it in. So it really depends on which. Okay, so they also tell us that I cannot view images directly from URLs to determine the emojis. Download the image and upload it to the conversation. Oh, okay. Download the image and upload it to the conversation. Okay, let's do that. So back here, we can download the image. So save image as, save it, and then we can upload it to Claude. The Tasteful Thickness on YouTube. Speaking of hacking, I had a great hack to save 15% on my car insurance. Did you use Geico or did you use something else? Let us know, The Tasteful Thickness. Thank you very much. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat for you? Just for you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go ahead and upload the thing. So upload a file, and I think it's in the downloads directory. Where is it? Thank you, GX000, for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Welcome, welcome. Young Yaddy says, ooh, I'm not sure. Young Yaddy, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're uploading the emoji over here. And I guess we'll ask, what emoji is this? Okay. So it should be able to read this now. Well, there's not always a sigh when you redeem that video, but sometimes it does take me by surprise. Okay, so Claude is trying to identify this. Can it do it? Gagan, MH says, what are you doing? So we're just doing some games over at this website over here. It's called Hack the Web. And you can find it over at this link right here. I'll just put it in chat. Okay, so Claude AI was not able to, it timed out. So let's do it again. So what emoji is this? The grinning face emoji, otherwise known as the happy face or smiley face. It shows a yellow face. Okay. So I think we can copy this from here. So it's got the emoji in the answer. So we can just copy it, and then we can go back to the challenge, and we can paste it in, and then click on go. So this is correct. Okay, so we found a couple of ways we could do this, and I think the AI answer is probably a little bit more fun. Find out which emoji the one referenced in the challenge is. Okay, we can download the image and then upload it to an AI. So for example, Claude or DeepSeek. Actually, I wonder if DeepSeek would be able to answer the question if we uploaded the file. Let's try uploading the file again to DeepSeek this time. So it's done downloads, it's this one. Okay, what emoji is this? Oh, it can only extract text from images and files, so it can't actually take a look at the file itself. That's kind of, well, that's kind of disappointing. How about we try ChatGPT? So ChatGPT, let's attach something. Oh, stay logged out. Sign up for free. It doesn't let us. No, we have to log in. I don't want to log in. How about Grok? Maybe Grok AI will be able to do this. Okay, can we attach something? Nope, can't attach anything here. Actually, maybe we'll get the we'll get this. We'll see if it can access the image from the link. Okay. What can you tell me about the image in this link? Okay, well, I mean, it looks like we can upload. We can attach files. Please log in to attach files. So we can't. Okay, let's do this one more time. What can you tell me about the image in this link? Okay, so it appears to be part of a challenge on the Hack the Web platform. Okay. I cannot access the image. Okay, can't access the image. That's fine. Let's go ahead and finish out the challenge then. So let's see. So upload it to an AI. We're just going to say Claude. And ask Claude, ask the AI to ID the emoji. Then copy the emoji and paste it into the answer field. Done. Okay. Use temp mail to log in. I don't want to log in if I don't need to. It's I also don't want to take too much time looking up my login information. Anyways, let's go ahead and commit these changes. Let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the elements challenge. Okay, so let me get the challenge. Oh, it looks like more emojis. This is the link. Okay, so let me set up the walkthrough for this, or the write-up. So this is 58. Okay. So this is the elements challenge at this URL. What category would this be? What's the concept? And what's the method of solve? Let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge. Okay, so elements. There are no limits for you when it comes to writing a secret text. You can handle all methods, even as a very special code. So the first letters of the following elements from TVAT form your answer. The first letters of the following elements from TVAT. So I'm guessing that TVAT is some sort of game. So we can probably search for this. So on Google, we could probably look for TVAT elements. Oh, this is Genshin Impact. Okay. I don't know very much about Genshin Impact. And I guess we can take a look at the wiki page for Genshin Impact here. Maybe they'll tell us more. Okay, so the list of elements, let's take a look. So this is essentially some open source intelligence. This is an open source intelligence challenge. So this is which symbols are these? Okay, I'm just gonna put this in another tab, and then I'll make it so that we can take a look at both of these at the same time. Okay, and the same thing with the other window. Let me go ahead and make that about half size. And the rest of the web browser we're just gonna minimize for right now. Okay, so these are the symbols here. And we just need to, it's looking for the first letters of the following elements. So this is Electro, okay, don't want to look at that. Electro, so E, G-O-G, so G-G, E-G-G, this is Hydro, so H, and another Electro, so it's another E, and Anemo, so it's A. Am I missing part of it? Hold on. Okay, so this D for Dendro, that's D. So that spells out egghead. Great. That wasn't so hard. Just had to look up some stuff. Great. Let's get rid of this. And I think we can put this back on this tab over here. So sorry, let me just reattach everything. Okay, good. Okay, so egghead is our answer. Let's go ahead and submit that. And it says egghead is correct. Great. Okay, let's go back and do our little write-up. So what did we learn in that challenge? So I guess we could call this an OSINT challenge as well. So OSINT is open source intelligence. It's basically, well, in this case, it's a web app browsing. Web browsing. The concept is look up symbols from a game, use those symbols to solve a simple cipher. Okay, actually wait. I guess we could call that OSINT. We could also call it cryptography, because we were dealing with the secret messages. So look up the search term. What was that word? Was it TVAT? TVAT and element. Okay, so that lets us discover. We discover that these elements are from the game Genshin Impact. We look at a wiki page for the game elements. The answer is egghead. Okay, that's that challenge. Let's go ahead and finish the write-up and move on to the next challenge. I think we might have time for another 3 challenges or so. Let's take a look. Next challenge is going to be the hard work challenge, hard work 2. Okay, so what's going on here? Let's get the link for everybody. This is the link for the challenge we're looking at right now. Let me set up the write-up. So this is number 9. Hard work 2. Okay. So let's take a look at the URL for the challenge. It's this, the category, concept, and the method of solve. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So this challenge over here, you are not only good at mental math, you're not only good at mental math, but also skilled in pattern recognition. With a bit of skill, you can save a lot of work. So your answer to is the result of these. So what? So pattern recognition. So this is a Fibonacci sequence, right? So Fibonacci is basically 1 plus it's the number and then the number plus 1, and then they're all added together. I think, let me go ahead and look this up on Wikipedia. And yeah, let's leave the page. And let's talk about Fibonacci. Fibonacci sequence. So what is the Fibonacci sequence? So the Fibonacci sequence in each element is the sum of the two elements that preceded it, okay? So Fibonacci sequence is 0 and 1, and then 1 and 2, and then 2 and 3. That's not Fibonacci. It's not Fibonacci? What would this be? Oh, okay. This... yeah, okay, it actually doesn't look like Fibonacci. It's first number plus second number plus second last. Wait, what is the pattern? So the first number plus last. Oh, okay, so it's 1 plus... Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, so these all... you know what, Mridul? How do you pronounce your name? I'm not sure. So that's not Fibonacci, but you did point this out, the pattern. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mridul. Ridul? Let me know how to pronounce it, please. Thank you. Okay, so these all add up to 100. So that's 100. 2 plus 98 is 100. 3 plus 97 is 100. And we got 5 of these. So I guess the pattern, there's 5 of these, so these add up to 500. Thank you very much for pointing out the pattern, because otherwise it would have looked really dumb. Amari says, hello the Shy Hat, and all hackers hope all is fine. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming by, Amari. We're just doing some easy challenges over here. Although, easy is hard to say because I didn't recognize the pattern at first. But yeah, the answer here should be 500 because each one of these pairs is 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 500. So 500 is correct. I guess if you were lazy, you could just copy this. And you know what? I think another way. Well, we like to test the AI. Let's see if the AI can recognize the pattern. So what pattern can be seen in these numbers? Let's see if the AI can identify this. Okay, so it was able to identify the pattern. So the first 5 consecutive numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the last 5 consecutive numbers creates a pattern where the first 5 numbers and the last 5 numbers are going to pair up to add up to 100. Have you tried Kali GPT? I haven't tried Kali GPT yet. Is there a website? Is there a website for Kali GPT? Okay, so it was able to identify the pattern. That's good. I wonder if DeepSeek can do the same. Let's see if we can do this. Can you identify the pattern in these numbers? Okay. So at first glance, this seems to be 2 separate ascending sequences. Symmetry around 50. So the numbers are symmetric around 50. So paired sum equal 100. So each number in the first group, 1 to 5, pairs with the second group to form 100. So it was able to identify the pattern as well. So that's pretty cool that that the AI was able to identify the pattern in the numbers. I wasn't able to identify the patterns in the number until somebody pointed it out to me. Thank you very much, Mridul. Thank you. Okay, let's do our write-up and then we'll move on to the next challenge. So I guess the category is, what would we call this? I guess you could call it a programming challenge. It's also a math challenge. So the concept is identify the pattern in the numbers. These are the numbers here. So the method to solve, identify that the pairs of numbers in the 2 sequences all add up to 100. And there are 5 pairs. The answer is 500. Okay, Fatih Turhan has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Fatih, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How will we give you a, oh, speaking of numbers, how about this?
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
So they're talking about numbers. Nixie CS says Kali GPT is a custom AI of ChatGPT, so not a new model. Okay. Most of the time, well, I mean, ChatGPT is okay for doing cybersecurity stuff, but I find DeepSeek usually does it without as much hassle. But I guess Kali GPT would be a lot better at answering cybersecurity stuff without telling you that that it's not allowed to talk about hacking stuff. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So hard work 2, done. The next challenge is going to be Rot 13. So Rot 13 is pretty, well, I mean, this is a challenge, this is a concept that we've already gone over, but there's also Hacker GPT. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to create a new file for this challenge. So this is challenge number 18. What is it called again? Oh, Rot 13. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and talk about this. So the URL for this challenge is this. The category. Well, I already know what category this falls under. So this was going to be a cryptography challenge. And the concept, I already know what the concept is for the challenge. So the Rot 13 cipher is a encryption method. Encryption method where you shift all letters of the plain text message by 13 letter positions to form the ciphertext. Okay, and to decrypt the message, we do the exact same operation, shifting all letters by 13 positions in the alphabet. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to the challenge and see what's going on. So it says you have received an encrypted message. It looks like complete nonsense. Your hacker's eye is in demand. You look wonderful? What? You look wonderful when you think hard. Drag the slider to shift the letters in the alphabet. So I guess they're making it very easy for you, and they're letting you shift the letters in the alphabet until you get a real message. So we could use this, or we could also grab all the letters here and then go over to some web application, maybe something like rot13.com, and then paste in the message over here. So oh, okay. So Rot13, so Rot13 implies that the it's going to rotate it by 13 letters. So Nixie CS says, how should I proceed to become a red team pen tester? Do you have any recommendations, or do you have a section like that on your GitHub? So Nixie CS, could you remind me one more time where you're coming from? What have you already done? So do you come from a cybersecurity background or a computer science background? Are you coming from this from a completely beginner or newbie perspective? let me know, then I can give you some advice. Okay, so we decrypted the message over here, and it says, "Great, you've successfully decoded the text. As a reward, you will get the answer." And it is Spielbild. Spiegelbild? Spiegelbild. If anybody speaks German, how is that pronunciation? Spiegelbild. Okay, let's copy that and go back to the challenge. So we'll just paste this in. You could also use the slider over here. I think this represents all of the letters in the alphabet, 26 positions. We're just going to slide this over to the middle. Yeah, so exactly in the middle, the message is decoded. Okay, so Spiegelbild, and we can go ahead and submit that. Spiegelbild is correct. Great. So let's talk about this over at the write-up here. Okay, so this is the method of solve. So copy all of the text in the ciphertext message and use a web app like rot13.com to decrypt the message. Alternatively, you can use the slider provided on the challenge page and put it in the middle of the slider bar. The answer is Spiegelbild. So let's see. Amari says, take the course of Ghidra for us today. We're not going to be doing any Ghidra stuff today. I need to go and educate myself more on how to use Ghidra. But thank you very much, Amari, for reminding me of that. Okay, so Spiegelbild is the answer, and I think we might have time for one more of these challenges today. So let's go ahead and commit these changes, then move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be Scan Me. Okay, so we got Scan Me, and then we got a bunch of other stuff. So this challenge here, oh, you know what? I think you could scan this yourself. I think there's a method of scanning QR codes without actually scanning it using a phone. But this is the link for this challenge. Let me go ahead and start the write-up over here. Okay, so it's going to be 060. It's called Scan Me. Okay, so the URL is this. The category, I guess we could call this. So it's more OSINT. It's more OSINT stuff, and the concept is learn how to interact with QR codes. So an interesting thing about QR codes is that you're going to find them in a lot of CTF challenges. So most CTF challenges have they usually have one challenge where you have to scan a QR code to complete the challenge. Okay, so NixieCS says, I will be studying cybersecurity at university this year. My first year, besides my university lessons, I want to improve myself as well. Generally, okay. Familiar with IT and network fundamentals, comfortable with Linux commands, especially Bash, know how to use most tools. I finished the starting point on Hack the Box, trying to complete the easy machines. I hope I was able to explain my level a bit. Yeah, I think what you want to do is you just want to keep on learning concepts through completing challenges. And Hack the Box is a pretty good place to learn, especially if you're willing to take a look at lookups. Oh, sorry, take a look at write-ups if you get stuck. So the easy boxes over at over at Hack the Box. They're a pretty good place to start. I don't use very much Hack the Box because most of Hack the Box is paid, and the stuff that's not paid I can't stream, and I can't make video content about that. So that's why I try to avoid Hack the Box. But you know what? What else you could try? You could also try the challenges that I did over at my walkthroughs. So I cover mostly offensive security topics, and what you can do is you can take a look at the different platforms that I did over at my walkthroughs over here. If you get stuck, you can take a look at the walkthroughs, or you could look up the videos. But these are all platforms you can use to look up different offensive security topics. And the platforms are all pretty good. I can vouch for all of them. Some of them are not CTF platforms, like Baba Is You is a game, and but most of these are going to be good for your education. Have fun with that, and let's go back to the QR code stuff. So, can we interact with the QR code without you know we might be able to upload this to the AI. So we can actually copy this. So we can save this image. We'll try uploading it to one of the AIs, and we'll see if it can retrieve the URL for us. So let's go back to here. So Claude AI, lots of fun. Can you decipher a QR code for us, and then we can upload the QR code. See if it works. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so I see this as a QR code, but I'm not able to decode QR codes directly from images. To decode the QR code, you could use your camera, you could use a QR code scanning app, and, well, okay, yeah, we can use a QR code scanning app. So we can search for something like QR code scanner, just search for that. So in cybersecurity, you always use AI to target vulnerabilities. Do you think it's good practice? So, I mean, you use all of the tools that you have available to you. If I wasn't using AI, I would probably be using Google search. If you think that, if you're solving challenges, you don't want to, jump straight to using the AI for everything, because that kind of defeats the purpose. If you get stuck and you need to do some research, you can certainly use the AI, and there's no shame in it as long as you tried. But in a lot of cases, you might not know anything about what's really going on, and then there's no problem with using the AI to help you solve the problem. But as far as doing this in your professional work, you definitely don't want to provide any sensitive information to the AI, because you never know where that information is going to end up. But I think for solving CTF challenges, it's not really much of an issue. Okay, so we got a code. We've got a couple of different websites. I wonder which one is not going to be full of weird stuff. How about qrcodescanner.in? Okay, this looks weird. Let's get out of here. Okay, so it's QR code scanner online, QR code reader. How about this one? Let's see if this works. So we can upload an image here. So I'll just give the link to everybody, just in case you wanted to use this yourself. Alright, so upload an image. Let's try uploading the QR code here. Okay, so we got some output. So I start with the letter Z. I have the same colors as a QR code, who am I? So it's I guess it's some text. Okay. Alright, so, yeah, so I mean, the answer is zebra. So we can go ahead and give this as the answer. So, zebra, and this is the correct answer. Okay. So I'll just grab this link and I'll include it in my write-up over here. Okay, so learn how to interact with QR codes, method of solve, download the QR code file, image file, and upload it to a QR code scanning site like this one. The answer is zebra. Okay, so that's it for this challenge. I think we might have time for one more challenge because these challenges go by super quick. Okay, let's go back and figure out what the next challenge is. So the last challenge we're doing for today, let's do GPS code. So I think this is the challenge that we're taking a look at, everybody. And let's go ahead and start the write-up file. So this is challenge 29. Is it called GPS? It's called GPS code. Okay. Okay, so we need to fill in these 4 things. The URL is this. The category, I guess, if we're talking about GPS stuff, that's more OSINT stuff for sure. So open source intelligence, the concept, learn about GPS coordinates, learn to look up GPS coordinates online. Okay, so the method of solve, let's take a look. So the first letters of these towns, are the answers to the challenge. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 GPS coordinates here. And I think we might be able to plug these into Google Maps, but let me grab a private window for and put the Google Maps website up there. Okay, so it's going to be maps.google.com, and I'm pretty sure that we can paste in the information here. So we can paste in the GPS coordinates, and Google Maps should be able to zoom in on that location. So if we just give these coordinates, let's see, what does it say? So this is Germany. This is Germany, Barnsdorf. Okay, so the first letter is B. The second letter, let's grab these coordinates here and sub them out. Okay, so these coordinates here, this is for Eichendorf? I'm not too sure, but it's E. So the first letters that we're grabbing from each one of these names. So the third pair is this. Paste that in. This is going to be Rosenthal, Germany. So R, and that was the third set. We can grab the fourth set. Okay, and this one is going to be for Miro, Germany. So that's M. And number 5 Okay, so this is Umkirk, Germany. So U, that was number 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is Dormitz. Oh, okay, this is spelling out the word Bermuda, as in the Bermuda Triangle. Okay, let's paste in this last one. So that's going to be A. Albsfeld, I'm guessing. And the answer is Bermuda. Okay, let's go ahead and close this out. And go. So Bermuda is correct. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's do our little write-up over here. So learn about GPS coordinates, learn how to look up GPS coordinates online. The method of solve is use a GPS lookup site, such as Google Maps. Paste in the GPS coordinates. Get the first letter for each of the GPS coordinate town names. The answer is Bermuda. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and save that out, and then we can move on to our next topic for today's stream. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. If you want to play this game yourself, then this is the link right here. It's called hack.arg.de, and the name of the game is called Hack the Web. So we'll probably be doing this again next week because it's a ton of fun to do these easy challenges, to be introduced to some of these concepts. It gets us thinking about cybersecurity concepts without having to slam our head against the wall and torture ourselves too much trying to figure out complex problems. Okay, let's go ahead and close this out. What are we doing next? So we're going to be learning about some more complex stuff in the next part of the stream, and we're going to be doing some of the challenges from the beginner's network from echoCTF.red. So if you don't know about echoCTF.red, it's a really fun cybersecurity platform that's kind of similar to Hack the Box, but it's completely free, and it's kind of small and niche. But it is a very good platform. It's a very good platform in my opinion. So I don't. Can I? Okay, so there you go. I've pasted the link, and the network we're going to be looking at is this one over here. It's called CTF Beginners. You know, even though the network is called CTF Beginners, only about half of the challenges here are suitable for beginners, and the rest of the list over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so the other half of the challenges over here, some of them are really, really difficult. And I don't know if I would call this super beginner friendly, but we're going to be talking about this while we solve the challenges. Okay, so to get ready to solve these challenges, this is what I'm going to do. I need to connect to the network over here for echoCTF. So under your profile over here, you're going to be able to download a VPN key, and the VPN key lets you access the private network where all the challenges from echoCTF are located. So I've already downloaded it. Let's go over here. It's in my downloads directory. And so the VPN key that we're going to access is called this, echoCTF.ovpn. So this is a VPN key that I'm going to use with the OpenVPN software to tunnel into their private network. So after I've made the connection, I'll be connected to their network via VPN, and then I'll be able to access their private network machines. Okay, so we should be able to make contact with these IP addresses now. So it's going to be a networks CTF beginners. And if you want to take a look at the challenges, well, at these network challenges yourself, this is the network right here. You're going to need to have a registered account over at echoCTF Red, of course, to access that page. Okay, so I need to do my YouTube intros and outros every time I do one of these challenges. So please bear with me while I get that set up. So the first thing we're going to do, just a little more setup here. I'm going to start playing some different music. Okay, and I've got the some files I'm going to be referencing over here on my GitHub. Just a second. Okay, let me grab my notes and then we can start. Okay, got my notes. Just a second. Okay, so this challenge over here. Let me do my YouTube intro. All right, everybody, we're going to be doing the 6-letter juggler challenge, located at the echoCTF website, and this is part of their beginner CTF network. Amari asks, echoCTF Red, it's free. Yeah, it's completely free. You can pay for elevated access to the website. It does get you some little perks, but you can access almost everything on echoCTF for free. Okay, so let's take a look at the description for the challenge. So this is a basic challenge. It says it's non-rootable, so we're not going to be able to get root on this challenge, but that's fine. The challenge description says, can you guess the randomly generated password? And the description says, to try to bypass the authentication screen, either by guessing the password, not really, or through some other way. To start the challenge, connect to this website right over here. Your timer starts from the first time you connect to the service. So we're going to put this link in a new tab, and then we're going to take a look at what's going on the website. So on the website it says this. It says, guess my password and get a cookie. So no need to start brute forcing. So we don't need to brute force for this challenge, but we do see that we've got a login page over here. So we've got a login name, John, and we got a password. We don't know what this password is, but if we click on submit, we are not logged in. It doesn't log us in, but one thing we do notice is that the URL parameter was changed, and the URL parameter actually says this. Let me put it up on the screen. So the URL parameter is this. Let's make this nice and big. So it says there's a login URL parameter now, and so login equals John, and password equals Doe. So we can see that we can pass the login parameters through the URL parameters in the GET request here. So how are we going to be able to figure out what the correct password is? So this challenge is pretty tricky, and it's not something we would expect to do if we were actually beginners. But this is the concept right over here. Let's take a look. So in this challenge over here, it's called 6-letter juggler, and what we're dealing with here is PHP type juggling. This is the vulnerability that we're going to be attacking in this challenge. So the web application is written in PHP and probably uses a line of code similar to the above for authenticating the user. So this line in PHP is if string compare get login. So basically in the GET request, whatever is in the login parameter, they're going to compare it against unknown user. So unknown user, we're just guessing it's John because John was there by default. And then it's going to do a loose comparison with 0 or true. And then it's going to do a string compare function on the password, and it's also going to compare it against the password, and they're going to do a loose comparison with true as well, and then if it works, then it's going to do some other stuff. So what does this actually mean? So there's a vulnerability in PHP where the use of loose comparison operators, such as double equal signs over here, is going to make the comparison against different data types against each other. So for example, you can compare integers, they can be compared to strings. Normally in most programming languages, this is not allowed. You can't compare integers to strings because they're different data types and they're not able to interact with each other. But in PHP, you can use a loose comparison, and this is where the PHP type juggling comes into play. So you can see here in PHP, if you compare the string 123 ABC against the integer 123, they think if you do this comparison in PHP, it comes back true, which is really messed up because these are not the same. The number 123 and the string 123 ABC are not the same. Okay, let's go ahead and take a little break on YouTube and on Twitch, because we got ads going on Twitch right now. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about... Oh, you know what? This is a really good one. This is the video where the bird shakes the nuts. It shakes the peanuts. So these birds really love peanuts, and they try to figure out which nuts are the best by shaking them around. But enjoy the music and enjoy the birds shaking the peanuts. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, let's continue. So obviously, PHP letting you compare strings to integers and not even the same strings to the same integers, this is really bad. And this is what they mean by PHP type juggling. So the string type is juggled with the integer type, and all sorts of weird interactions occur when you do stuff like this. So when PHP compares data of different types, there can be some strange results, such as the string of numbers and letters comparing true for the number 123 in this example above. So the other component for this particular exercise is the string compare function. So the string compare function inside of PHP, it can also be type juggled, and usually the string compare function is going to compare one string with another string. So for example, you can compare hello and some other string, and then it'll return true or false. Okay, so one more time, the PHP string compare function is used to compare two strings, but type juggling problems can come up if you use the string compare function to compare strings to other data types. So in this example here, the string compare function is used to compare a string hello with an array. And this actually returns true depending on the version of PHP that they're running. So string compare can be bypassed if you compare the string against an array in this case. And this is not intended at all. It's just a weird quirk of PHP programming. So if the PHP application is checking passwords by using the string compare function with loose comparisons, that is the double equal signs over here, we can bypass it by supplying an array instead of a string for the password. So this is what we're going to do. So back at the application here, we're going to pass inside the login that the login is going to be compared against an array, and this is what we're going to do. So this is the payload over here. So for login, we're going to supply login as an array, and for the password, we're also going to pass the password as an array. And this is going to bypass the string comparison checks, and it's going to do some PHP type juggling. It's some weird PHP stuff. So I'm just going to copy this. And we're going to be using this inside of the web application. So in the URL address bar, we're just going to paste in our payload. And we see here that PHP gives an error. So it says string compare expects one parameter to be a string, an array given. But even though it errored out, it still returned true. So we got the password for this challenge. So here's your cookie over here, and this is the flag for the challenge. So I've already submitted this flag for the challenge, but that's how you would do it. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the 6-letter juggler challenge over at echoCTF as part of its CTF Beginners Network. If you enjoyed this challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay. So Amari asked, this juggler, is it working all the time? So I'm pretty sure that they fixed this problem on later versions of PHP. Type juggling becomes less of a problem if you look at later versions of PHP. Let's see. So if I go to PHP online, let's see if I can. Yeah. So there's an online PHP sandbox over here where you can just paste in your PHP stuff. Amari says, I see string compare in a lot of cases. Yeah, I mean there are safer ways to do string compare, and in this case, well, let me save this this PHP code just a second, because we're going to be using this in a little bit. Let me copy this over, and let's take a look over. Oh, I don't want to look at this. Okay, so this is the PHP over here, and if we compare, let's do a string compare. So string compare, and we're looking for 2 strings. So this is what? Password. So if we compare password with an array, so if it works, it says return true. If it doesn't work, it's going to say this won't execute. So if we run this code, unexpected echo. Did I? Echo return true. So wait, this is line 3. Line 3, echo return true. Oh, is this not indented? So we need to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's run this again. Huh. What is wrong with my code? Oh, string compare is not closed. Okay, so string compare here. Oh, yeah. Okay. We need an extra parentheses. Sorry, I don't do very much coding. Okay, so it says this won't. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. This is how we do string compare. String compare is just 2 arguments. Okay, so it says this won't execute. So it says this won't execute, but we're using PHP version 7.4, and I think it will execute if we use an earlier version of PHP. So inside of this the sandbox here, we can actually set the version of PHP that's being used. And let's use an old version of PHP. Let's use PHP 5, for example. And let's try running it again. So string compare expects parameter 2 to be a string. an array is given, this won't execute. Wait, what was the code again? I had some working code earlier, just a second. Let me grab... Okay, if string compare equals 0. Okay, this is what we're looking for. So if string compare equals 0. All right, let's add that part of the code. If it equals true, then return true. Okay. So it returned true. So it returns true. So it obviously did equate to true when we did the comparison, but we also get an error code in here. And if we change the PHP version to a modern version of PHP, I'm pretty sure that this particular trick doesn't work. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so this doesn't work. This doesn't work in modern versions of PHP because it seems like they've fixed this problem. But yeah, it is something that you're gonna. The Diz King says, let's see. It says Prime sub available on June 25th, but it won't let me. Huh. The Diz King, hello, nice to see you here. June 25th. You might wanna try tomorrow, or you might want to try a couple of days later. But thank you very much for coming by. Bearmax, oh Bearmax, thank you very much for letting me know about the PHP programming error from earlier. Okay, let's give you everybody a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet? Incomplete Noob has gifted a tier 1 sub to the Diz King. Wow, that's very
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
That's very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Incomplete Noob. Okay, let's go ahead and give you a fun video redeem. Thank you very much, Incomplete Noob. Let's give you, is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking?
Because anytime you're typing in the terminal, you're doing a hacking, you know? That's how it goes. Okay, let's go ahead and go back, and let's talk about another challenge. So the next challenge is going to be this one over here. So the next challenge is another type juggling challenge. Okay, so let me do my YouTube intro and then we can get started. And we're doing, let's see, I don't think we need TryAcme anymore. And we're taking a look at the juggling flea challenge this time. So this is another type juggling challenge, and this one's going to be slightly different. And we're going to talk about it in just a little bit. But let me start the challenge and do my YouTube intro. Okay, everybody, we're doing a guided walkthrough for the Juggling Flea Challenge over at echoCTF Red. Juggling Flea is part of their CTF Beginners network, and let's go ahead and talk about what's going on in this challenge. So it says, juggle your way around and see if you can make me validate. Okay, so that's the challenge description. And it says here that this API changes password with every request. See if you can find a way to authenticate successfully. There's no need to brute force the authentication with random passwords. However, you may try a couple of times with the same authentication to get it working, even if the password is just 1 digit. So, okay. So it says to start the challenge, connect to this IP address this URL right here. Your timer starts from the first time you connect to the service. So let's go ahead and put that in another browser tab, and let's take a look. So we expected to get some sort of landing page, but instead we get a bunch of code. So this is all PHP code right here, and I guess what we have to do is we have to inspect the code to understand how it works. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to put it in a paste bin file so that anybody who wants to take a look at it can. So pastebin.com. So I'll just make a paste and then create new paste. Why is it taking so long? Okay, so if you want to take a look at the code yourself, this is where you do it. But we can also take a look at it inside of our code editor here. Ooh, that's not it. Let me copy that code again. Okay, so, you know what? I think we'll just paste it into the online PHP sandbox right here, because, you know, it'll do syntax highlighting and stuff. That's very convenient. I think we can also make this bigger, but I don't think we need to. So what's going on in the code? So if the post request is empty, then it's going to do highlight file with this file and then exit. So it basically shows us this code if we don't send anything as a post request. So since we did a get request, it just shows us the code and then it exits. The important thing we need to pay attention to is how the password is created. And the password is created with these two lines right here. And let's talk about this. So this is the juggling flea challenge, and this is also a PHP type juggling vulnerability that's going on in the application. So the web application explicitly gives us the app's PHP code. We should inspect the code to understand how this works. So these two lines of code right here, we need to really pay attention to. So to form the password variable, the app generates a random number from 0 to 9, and then appends an MD5 hash value to that number. So this is what these two do. So random number, this variable, it's an integer value of the random number function, and then they modulo that by 10. So they make a random number, and then they make sure that it's only from the values of 0 to 9. So this value over here is always going to be the number 0 to 9, and then they're going to add on to it MD5. So they're going to MD5 the time. So basically they're going to get the system time, and they're going to turn it into an MD5 hash, and they're going to append it to this random number from 0 to 9. So this is part of PHP type juggling. It's really wacky. So we're going to be doing PHP type juggling between strings and integers in this challenge here. And when PHP compares strings and integers in a loose comparison, if the leading numbers match, then the comparison will always return true. So if we compare 7, the number 7, to this 7 and then the MD5 hash, this is always going to return true, which is pretty messed up as far as reality is concerned. I think I've got the code over here. Let's paste in this code in our PHP editor over here. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so we'll paste in the code. So let's see if I can grab this window. Let me grab the window. Okay, so over here, this is the code. What are we doing? So if the number 7 is loosely compared to this MD5 hash with the number 7 at the start, if this returns true, we're going to echo out return true. Otherwise, it's going to echo out this won't execute. So this is probably going to be the case for older versions of PHP. So let me just get an old version of PHP for this. How about this one? Okay, so 7.4.33. Let's see if this works. So we'll run the code. and it returned true. And that is really messed up. So it works for 7.4.33. Let's see if it works for version 8. And let's just get rid of this. Okay, so we're now using PHP version 8, and we'll run it again. So now it won't execute. So this type juggling worked on earlier versions of PHP, but it doesn't work for modern versions of PHP. So that's an important distinction. So type juggling seems to have been resolved to a degree in modern versions of PHP. But you know what? Another way you can, you know what? Let's go ahead and solve the challenge. Okay, let's go over to the web page. So the web page just gives us this. Because we're not submitting a username and password in a post request, then we can't attempt to validate. So Amari says, how do you identify the version of PHP when you check the web page? So the thing is that normally you can't identify the version of PHP. It's not usually going to appear. Actually, it might appear on the website if you do enough digging, but most of the time, it really depends on the age of the website. If you think you're dealing with a really old website or a really old web app, then it might be running an older version of PHP that is vulnerable to this kind of thing. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to submit a post request with our username and password using the curl command. And the curl command we're going to do is going to look something like this. So incomplete noob says create an error, usually it gives the version. So I mean, if we're able to, yeah, usually if we generate errors, it'll give us the version of PHP that's being used. That's a pretty good trick. Incomplete noob also says if they tighten security, you might have to try something else. Okay, so we're just going to go over to our terminal. And in the terminal, we're going to give this curl command right here. So we're going to give a post request, and we're going to give this data over here as part of the JSON. So this is the application is looking for some JSON information. Most importantly, we need to supply the password, and the password is going to be a single number because we know that the application is going to append. The password is going to be a single number with a MD5 hash appended onto the back of it. If we can guess which number it is, it's going to return true, and it's going to give us the password. The problem is this. We don't know which random number from 0 to 9 is generated, so we're just going to try the number 1. And remember, this has to be the integer number 1, not the string number 1 for this to work. So we're going to get authentication failed over and over again, but if we try long enough, we're going to get the password, because eventually the random number that is going to be generated is going to start with the number 1. Okay, let's figure out how long this takes. So it's a 1 in 10 chance that the random password is going to start with the number 1. Okay, we did it. Okay, so the password in this case started with the number 1, so it gives us the password because it came back true. So this is the flag over here, and this essentially is what lets us finish the challenge. The Diz King says loop. I guess we could write a loop. We could write a little script to do this in an automated way, but if you just want to do this the dumb way, I guess, you could just keep on giving the same number over and over again, and eventually you'll get in. So because in this case, the application changes the number each time you make contact with it. Okay, so let's talk about what we did in this challenge. So basically, in this challenge, we encountered code that looks something like this. So it was doing a loose comparison of a number and a MD5 hash that is put together as a string, and it did a comparison. If you compare numbers to strings that include a number, it's only going to take the number here, and it's going to compare that to the number that you supply here when you do your comparison. It's type juggling, and it's really weird. But keep in mind that this only works for older versions of PHP. Let's try version 7. So if we try this with version 7, it returns true. But if you do this with version 8, then it doesn't work anymore. If it's not working with 1, we have to try all the numbers from 0 to 9. I mean, the thing is that it's different every time. So if you just try the numbers from 0 to 9, that's not going to get you... That's not going to be more efficient for getting the answer. Lord Guccifer. That's a great name. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a redeem. How about a hack the... Let's do a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Juggling Flea Challenge over at echoCTF as part of their CTF Beginners Network. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Alright, we're not ending. It's just I have to turn these into YouTube videos eventually, and I have to do my intros and outros. But let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the light switch challenge. And this one's a much easier challenge compared to the other challenges that we've been taking a look at. You'll see soon enough. Anyways, let me set up the challenge environment. We're not dealing with PHP anymore, so we don't have to worry about all that weird stuff. Okay, so where are we? So Juggling Flea. The next challenge is light switch. Aqua, nice to see you here, Aqua. What is up? What is up? Let's give you a video redeem as well. How about a desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so everybody, we're going to be using Burp Suite for this challenge. So let me just start up Burp Suite first, so that we don't have to spend a lot of time starting up Burp Suite when we get to that part. So Burp Suite is a very, very common web app security tool. It basically sits in between you and the website, and it can record all the traffic that is being sent back and forth so that you can examine that data. So let's see, I'm going to go to the HTTP, no, we're going to go to the intercept and open up the web browser. So Burp Suite has its own web browser, and the Burp Suite web browser, all the traffic that goes through the Burp Suite web browser is going to be recorded on the Burp Suite website. Sorry, the Burp Suite tool. Incomplete Noob says, is it similar to Wireshark? I wouldn't say it is a little bit similar to Wireshark in that it does record web traffic, but it also allows all sorts of other fun things to be done, like replaying requests. There's a lot more interactivity that you can do with Burp Suite as opposed to Wireshark. In Wireshark, you can look up the different packets, but in Burp Suite, you can do all sorts of you can do intrusion attacks. You can do all sorts of manipulation of the data and resend stuff. It's a very, very important tool for web app security testing. Okay, so let's go back to the challenge. And let's start the guided walkthrough. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the light switch challenge over at echoCTF. which is part of their CTF beginners network. So let's talk about the challenge. So this is the light switch challenge. The description says, can you turn the echoCTF lights switch on and off again? And the other description says, the echoCTF switch controls the lighting. However, due to a bug, we cannot make the switch stay at one position. Can you guess the proper combination of username and time to make the switch stick to one position? So to start the challenge, connect to this website right here. Your timer starts from the first time you connect to the service. Okay, so we're going to put this in a new tab, and we're going to access the website. So the website just looks like this. We got a light bulb, we got an on and off switch, and if we click on the on switch here, it says incorrect time, current is 00, incorrect username, invalid, 00. So we get a message from the website, and we probably need to send some different data to the application. So yeah, so it says incorrect time, incorrect username. So what's going on inside the application? So we're just going to grab the URL here, and we got an ad on Twitch. Okay, so ads are going on Twitch. We're going to run an ad on YouTube as well, and we're going to put on a video. So this is lovely sparrows having a having a family outing. So there's going to be a baby sparrow and a parent sparrow. It's going to be feeding the baby sparrow by putting food in its mouth. It's very, very sweet. Anyways, enjoy the video. We'll be back in about 50 seconds or so. So if you see a couple of birds in the springtime, and you see one bird is flapping its wings around, and another bird is ignoring it, that's a baby bird with its parent bird. So the baby bird will flap its wings, and that indicates to the parent that it wants to be fed. So you'll also see the baby birds doing this after they're too big to be fed by the parent, and the parent usually ignores this. But you'll still see the baby birds flapping their wings regardless. Incomplete Noob says the mother sparrow is hacking the baby sparrow with the intermittent reinforcement. Of course, it's all hacking in the end. Okay, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're gonna grab the URL over here for this for the application. We're gonna go to Burp Suite. Inside of Burp Suite, there's the Burp Suite browser, and the Burp Suite browser is going to record everything that is sent through the browser in Burp Suite. So we're going to do this one more time. We're going to switch on the light bulb inside the application. And one more time it says incorrect time, current 00, incorrect username, invalid 00. We can take a look at what actually is going on inside the application in Burp Suite. So we're just going to minimize this. We're going to go to Burp Suite. Inside of Burp Suite, you can go to the Proxy HTTP History tab, and this is all the requests that were made inside the Burp Suite browser. So the last request was a post request made to the lightswitch.php endpoint over here. So before we go forward, let me grab my slides, because I spent some time making these. So inside of the light switch challenge, we're talking about post data credentials. So the application indicates that the button that we pressed was sent with the wrong post data. So it gives us the error message. So when we inspect the post request with Burp Suite, we see that it's sent to the lightswitch.php endpoint with the above post data. So we send it to this endpoint. We've got all the other information from the request, but inside the post data, we see that we sent username equals invalid and time equals 0 and state equals on. So we need to change this. We need to determine what the valid username and time value might be. So this is what we're going to do. So inside of Burp Suite, we see the request data that we sent. Over here, we sent username equals invalid and time equals 0 and state equals on. We got this response: incorrect time, current 00, incorrect username, invalid 00. What we can do inside of Burp Suite is we can right-click on the request, and then we can send it to another burp tool called the repeater. So the repeater lets you repeat your web requests, and when you click on the repeater, we've got all of our data for the request right here. So we can change any data we want in here, and then after we're ready, we can click on the send button. So inside the response, we get this response right here: incorrect time, current 00, incorrect username, invalid 00. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what the username might be. Neem says, "The Shy, hello, nice to see you here, Neems, and welcome to the stream." Incomplete Noob says, "Okay, yeah, you can't do this in Wireshark." No. There's a reason why basically every web app security professional uses Burp Suite, and it does give you a lot of options that you can't do inside of other tools like Wireshark. Okay, so for valid username, can anybody guess what the valid username might be for this application? It's kind of obvious, but if you want to give it a try. So what's the highest level user inside most web applications? What's that username? So Las Vin says admin. That's a pretty good guess. So we're just going to change the username to admin, and we're going to send that one more time. Guessed clearly, of course. Okay, so we're going to send the username as admin. We're going to send that again, and we get the flag. So I guess that was the correct time, and that was the correct username. If we change the time to something else as well, and we send it again, it's going to say incorrect time. It's going to give us an error. And I guess the correct time is kind of random each time. But yeah, we just need to send the correct post data in order to get the flag for this particular scenario. Neem says, "Is this PwnTillDawn?" No, this isn't. This is not PwnTillDawn. This is echoCTF Red. So, oops. Let me get that. Get that URL. So echoCTF Red is another CTF platform. It's pretty good. You can learn all sorts of stuff over here, and the challenges, they can be very, very, very difficult. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we did. So inside the application, by default, we send some sort of credentials via a post request, but we send the wrong credentials. So if we're able to use some sort of proxy, like Burp Suite, then we can figure out what credentials we need to send to the application for it to work properly. So okay, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Light Switch Challenge from echoCTF, which is part of their CTF Beginners Network. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Amari says, this type of vulnerability, it's PHP failure? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a vulnerability, but it's kind of, I guess the fact that the error messages actually give you a good indication as to how to solve the challenge. Phantom says hi. Hi, Phantom. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Aqua says, Shy, have you tried using tmux? So the reason why I don't use tmux let me get out of Burp Suite. So the reason why I don't use Tmux is because I want everybody to be able to see very easily what's going on in the terminal. So that's why I use a bunch of tabs, and I switch between the tabs instead of using Tmux. But yeah, Phantom asks what's going on. So we're just finishing up with our walkthroughs over at echoCTF. If you want to do echoCTF yourself, it's a very good website for learning about cybersecurity stuff, and most of the challenges have to do with some sort of weird web application or another. So if you're looking to learn about web application security, it's a pretty good place to go. Okay, so we're Phantom says, last I remember I was here doing Hack My VM. Oh yeah, we haven't done Hack My VM in maybe a week or two. So Hack My VM is another website that I like to use. And Hack My VM is another website where we can do all sorts of great hacking challenges. So I've got too many of these hipster cybersecurity education platforms. Oh, Phantom says I'm done with Venus. Thank you for introducing me to it. Yeah. Venus is a really cool challenge. It's a really cool CTF lab, and it really reminds me of the Bandit labs. If you haven't tried Over the Wire Bandit, that's another really good CTF game for learning about Linux security stuff. And we're pretty close to the end for the Bandit game as well. But anyways, I think we've got a little bit of time before we need to do our collaboration. We're going to be doing a collaboration today. Phantom says, I would like to see a Under the Wire walkthrough. So, yeah. To anybody who doesn't know, underthewire.tech is a website where you can learn about PowerShell commands. So this is the link over here. Oh, Phantom says that you were done with Bandit before doing Venus. Awesome. You know what? There's another website that has similar challenges. It's this one right here. So this is eword.education. And I say eword because I'm not allowed to say this word on YouTube. So this is eword.education. And here you can download virtual machines, deploy the virtual machines. The challenges are the first set of challenges here for the Nebula machine. There are 19 levels. It's very similar to the stuff that you saw on Bandit and over at Venus. Incomplete noob. No, we're not allowed to say that. We can say that on Twitch, but we can't say it on YouTube. If I say the word enough, it'll think that I'm talking about children and e-word children, and then they think that I'm talking about bad stuff. And then basically they make my video ad limited, and then I'm very sad. It is kind of messed up, isn't it? They got their AI to scrub my video to listen for certain keywords. It's almost Orwellian, you know? Anyways, let's go ahead and we got a couple of minutes before we're supposed to do a collaboration with our good friend OreoByte. But before OreoByte shows up, we might be able to do some stuff over Under the Wire, because Phantom was asking for it. So we got a bunch of different war games over here, and these are all about learning about PowerShell. So the first game from Under the Wire is called Sentry, and I'm pretty sure the password for this is going to be Sentry as well. So sentry.underthewire.tech. Let me see if I can do a couple of these levels first before OreoByte shows up. Hold on. One thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set up for the challenges later. So I'm just going to set up my tabs. So we got Nmap enumeration. We're going to be doing, they're probably going to be doing some web app enumeration. We're going to be doing some research. We're going to be doing some shell access. I'm probably going to be doing some VPN access. I'm just going to keep a few different tabs open over here. We'll do one more for brute forcing, because there's probably going to be some brute forcing involved in whatever challenges I do with OreoByte later. Okay. Reverse shell is more instructive. So I call it shell access because it might not be a reverse shell, it might be an SSH shell, it might be something else, but it is shell access. Let's go ahead and make everything nice and color-coded. Because everything works better when you make everything a different color. Phantom asks, what's with the preparation? So we're doing the preparation because we're going to be doing some CTF boxes with OreoByte later, and that's going to be at the PwnTillDawn website, PwnTillDawn, online.PwnTillDawn.com. So this is yet another cybersecurity education platform where you can do some... Hello, OreoByte, nice to see you here. We are all tools. We're all tools when you do what? What are we talking about, Amari? Okay, so you've tried that as well, Phantom. That's great. That's great. You're ahead of the game. OreoByte, hello, nice to see you here. Are you ready to collaborate? If you're ready to collaborate, give me a call. And then we'll start the collaboration. So let me log into PwnTillDawn over here. We're going to be doing one of the boxes over here. It's probably going to be one that OreoByte hasn't done, and OreoByte has solved something like half of the boxes on this platform. I have not, so I'm just going to follow. I'm just going to follow whatever he's getting up to. But I guess, let's see. Amari says, when you work at a reverse shell or access the shell and use all the tools for vulnerabilities like Nmap, Derb, Nicto, it's more instructive. Yeah, I would say so. I'm not too sure what you're asking here. Okay, so OreoByte wants to collaborate. I will collaborate with OreoByte, and then we'll do some tag team hacking. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so I think everybody can hear you, OreoByte. If OreoByte sounds okay, or if you think OreoByte is too loud, I can always turn down the volume in my stream, everybody. But OreoByte, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Just yeah, this is my 3rd hour on stream now. Just going through it. But which machine did you want to do? Did you want to do PwnTillDawn, or which machine were you looking to do? Zingzong on YouTube asks, are you doing this all in the Kali VM, or are you using your main OS? So the Kali, yeah, so the Kali box that I'm using right now, this is I wasn't full screened on it. That's kind of embarrassing. Anyway, so the Kali VM is it's a virtual machine, and I recommend if you're doing cybersecurity stuff that you use a virtual machine.
Oh, it's for me.
Oh, what are you asking? Okay, Lunatico 6 is what box are we doing today? What are we doing today, Oreobite? What do you want to... So we're probably going to do a machine that you haven't done before, so let us know which boxes on this platform you haven't done before.
The one I touched on, but wasn't able to. The last one I was working on was.
Okay, just give me the IP address. Neems on Twitch says I've been extremely burnt out with pen testing lately. So Neems, what makes you feel burnt out? Is it because you're doing the same stuff over and over again, or is it because you're running into a bunch of problems? Okay, I see that IP address, Oreobite. Let me copy that. Your mic sounds a little echoey. Okay, I need to connect to the PwnTillDawn network.
How does it sound now? I usually put like a hat or something over my microphone when I'm recording videos
Oh, okay.
to help try to get rid of the put sounds or the.
Oh, yeah, the plosives, right? Okay, so is this... I need to check into this machine on the website. Just a second. 150... 123. So this is the 123 machine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a Linux box. Okay, sounds good. So Neem says you're burnt out with pen testing because you're not good. You know what? If you're having troubles feeling confident, I would suggest doing some easier boxes, just until you feel like, just so you can get your confidence back. What kind of exercises are you usually working on, Neems? Okay, so let me check in here, and then we can start scanning the box. So you've already scanned the box before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me so I'll start scanning the machine. Why don't you tell me about the box and what you found already? Okay, so I'm just scanning the machine now. We got is that MySQL on 3306?
If you, it's running HTTPS. If you check the certificate,
Oh yeah?
to like dig for if there's any host names, just a host name that leads you to this whale blog, and that's about it.
Okay, okay. So, well, I mean, I haven't seen any of this stuff before. So there's it looks like there's these ports open. Let me take a look at the web page.
And then if you
Okay.
in the
So the web page leads to a Apache default page. So for these Apache default pages, I like to check the web page source just in case they hide anything in the comments. Most of the time there isn't anything here, but it is something that you'll occasionally see, especially if it's a really CTF-like challenge. Looks like that's not the case for this one. Let's go ahead and do some web app enumeration. So in web app enumeration, let's try some dirb. Dirb takes a while. So you've already done directory busting on the web server, right?
there's like a subdomain,
Oh, really?
like a domain.
Okay.
No, it's still like WordPress.
Is there any indication as to what the subdomain is, or where did you get that clue?
You get it from the certificate for the domain.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the certificate that on one of the other ports, like the 443. Oh, the 443 port, right? So
Yeah.
there's 443,
There's-
which is yeah, okay.
Technically, there's an SSH command you could use to get it. Not an SSH, a crawl command. What am I saying?
Okay, so anytime there's HTTPS on any of these CTF challenges, it's usually going to be a self-signed certificate. You have to accept the risk and continue. So it looks like the same thing. But you said that you got the domain from the certificate, right?
Yeah, there's a way to do it with curl.
I mean, you can also do it inside the web browser. So in the web browser, and if you go to an HTTPS site, you can click on the lock. And if you can click on the lock, you can click.
That's how I did originally. Sorry.
You can click on more information over here. It's going to give you some details. And you can view the certificate. So when you view the certificate, you're going to see some... Oh, okay. So this is Blue Whale, right? This is, that's the domain?
Yeah.
bluewhale.net. So we can add this to our domain names and etc. hosts, yeah.
Is the thing I'm talking about just not in my notes? That's awkward.
Did you... Are you missing some notes? Okay, so we know we have a domain, so I guess we can go ahead and add this to our etc host file. Yeah, and this is the 123 machine. So you said you found a subdomain, right?
There's no subdomain. Just the only subdomain is www, but it redirects.
Oh, okay. So I mean,
It's just
so you did the subdomain fuzzing, but you didn't find anything. That's what you're trying to say.
yeah.
Okay. So
The only thing of the website that's functional is there's this one page where it's like, hey, you can download this PDF, but there's no anything special.
okay. Well, I mean, you can go
Where's
to bluewhale.net, and we need to do the whole accept the risk and continue thing again. Okay, so
And
it leads to this. So, I guess we could also do some directory busting. Oh, permission denied. What the heck?
I love it when I close out of my terminal on accident.
Oh, you know what's funny? If you've got the editor open, if you have the nano text editor open, even if you're not allowed to write to the file, it'll still take the information that's inside of the text editor window and use it as domains, even though you didn't actually write the file. That's weird. But yeah, bluewhale.net. Okay. Let's do that.
Just wanna
Let's do that directory busting. So where was that that hidden endpoint that you found?
There's just a page with a
I mean, I don't see any.
where it's like, here, download this PDF. Source subject covenant. Oh, that's what you posted.
Oh, okay. How did you find that? How did you find that page?
It was just like, here, click this button, view my file, my PDF,
Did you find that on the website or on another service?
on the website.
Okay. I mean... Oh, okay. So there's an image directory. Okay, Phantom, hello. Nice to see you here. You're doing SSL cert command. WizLinks got it in the nmap scan.
So even if you change the index, it still gives you like the same file. 'Cause it is like
Neem says, I've been on Try Hack Me, completing rooms to answer your question from a few minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, you can always go back to some easy challenges on something like Docker Labs, and you can do those challenges over there to help build your confidence up a little bit. Let me grab that website.
it's over here.
But yeah, still haven't found anything there. The other interesting thing is that there's both an HTTPS version of the website as well as a regular HTTP one. So the two websites might be different. They are different. Oh yeah, so the one on port 80 is a blog. So you found that one, right?
Just the one that's I mean, don't they serve the same thing?
No, they don't serve the same thing. The one on port 80 is a blog, and the one on port 443 is not a blog.
Check my notes. I seriously need to redo my Joplin, because if you export your Joplin config and then re-import it to something that has duplicate data, you'll just get a bunch of like note 1, note 2, note 3 because it doesn't overwrite the data.
So there's
if there's differences, it just adds a new tab.
So there's some sort of CMS. There's probably some sort of CMS that's powering this blog here. So we could find out what the CMS software is. We could probably do some attacks against it. Acme themes. Oh, it looks like WordPress.
Yeah, so the well, it looks like I always scanned that machine.
Okay, so I mean we could throw some WP scan at it just to make sure, well, just to confirm whether or not it is WordPress. Let me go ahead and do that.
Oh, it's a completely different. Wait, really? Is it the same domain?
So it's the same domain name, it's just on a different port.
No, I want to go.
Okay, so I'm scanning bluewhale.net with WP scan. It looks like it is WordPress. Yeah, that's some WordPress right there.
Okay, I don't know what blog thing you're seeing.
So it's bluewhale.net on port 80.
Yeah, I see that. I don't see the Acme thing, or is that a different box?
What? Can you confirm your IP address? The IP address of the target?
10.105.105.123.
So 10.150.150.123, right?
Yeah.
I think. Well, I mean, the name of this box is probably Blue Whale. That's probably the name of the box.
back to what I was doing. I guess.
Okay, so I see a theme name. Let me do some
EPL plugins.
research.
All plugins aggressive.
All right. Well, we found a username, Kevin, over here. What other ports are open on the system? There's MySQL. There are 2 MySQL ports open.
It's just 2280 443.
There's 80. Well, I mean, if 80 is open, we could probably try doing a brute force attack with the WordPress author name that we found, which is Kevin. So let's see. Let's go over to brute forcing. Let's echo this out. Echo this to users.txt. Actually, we don't really need to. I'm pretty sure we're not going to find any more users, but just for fun. Okay, so brute forcing. Let's do some Hydra.
I tried Hydra, didn't have very much success. Then I tried cruel into Hydra, didn't have very much success either.
Yeah.
I guess if you want to try, that's fine.
And you did that with the Kevin user?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
like the only user that gets reported. Unless I'm just doing it wrong.
Well, I mean, you did identify the WordPress installation, right?
Yeah. You
Okay.
could do that with
Okay.
CMS or just the WordPress command.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just start my my brute force attack on the SSH. It may not work, but it's nice to have something
Oh no!
working
Don't
in the
tell me
background.
if it's that.
Did you find something?
No, I'm saying if it's just like brute force SSH, I'm gonna be very sad.
Well, I mean, oh, that's not the IP address. Is this supposed to be a medium, easy, or hard machine? Do you know?
Supposed to be a medium machine.
It's supposed to be a medium machine. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll find out. Yeah, the IP wasn't right, Phantom. Thank you very much. SQL, Tommy. Hey, haven't seen you around in a while. SQL cry. What is up, Tommy? Nice to see you. Let's give you a Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Hold on.
Oh, the author's Acme themes.
Oh,
That's what you're looking at. The author of the plugin is what you're looking at. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Let's.
When you run WordPress scan, do you use it with the API?
Well, I'm not using the API right now, but I guess if we wanted to be real thorough, that we could. Tommy says not much studying for LPI. Gonna take it next week. What is the LPI? Let me know. Thank you. Not familiar. Is that like a language exam? Is that like an English one? Okay, we got SSH running in the background. Linux Essentials. Okay. Is that from CompTIA or from some other place?
Sounds like CompTIA.
CompTIA? Yeah. Okay. So could you give me the you said there's a PDF file that that you were looking at?
Yeah, it's here. Paste it again. You basically download it from here.
Okay, let me grab that.
And that basically says...
Okay, so since someone inquired that they want to download the post and convert it to a PDF, Okay, let me try taking a look at it. Okay, let's download that file. Okay, so that's
Alright, I'm gonna be twiddling my thumbs again.
what's going on?
The last time I looked at this, I saw the different supposed vulnerabilities, but there was no way, or sometimes they give you like a little description of how to attempt the test.
Okay.
And there was none of that. So.
Okay, so there's a. I mean, I'm guessing that this PDF file has to be. That has to be part of the solution, right?
Well, when you hover over the link to download the PDF, it PDF EXDL and then a number. But if you change the number, you still get the same file.
Okay, I mean,
So
we could see if we could try fuzzing it.
I don't know if it's like silly LFI or something.
Let's see,
If
Lunatico.
you change the value, downloads the same file.
So PDF EXDL equals 30. So it says 30. Can you directory index the endpoint underneath? Or is it going to give you... It redirects you. No. A very interesting whale article. You don't say. Well, I mean, it could be, yeah, it could be like local file inclusion, because it is referencing a file through like some sort of, whatever. Okay, so how do we fuzz this?
I'd be very impressed, but
Okay, let me start up Burp Suite. Let me record that, and then I can start scanning for local file inclusion.
that's the only thing that stands out as like function, other than like posting a comment.
Okay, so start up the Burp browser. Navigate to that page. Okay, so I've got that recorded now. And I can take a look at it inside of the HTTP history. Okay, so I'm just going to copy to file, request.txt. Then let's edit the file. So the fuzz point is here. So I guess if we're checking for local file inclusion, we need to give our local file inclusion payload, which looks like this.
That's not what I wanted.
Phantom says, if there's a new feature as mentioned in the PDF, then I guess there are some plugins that could be hacked. LTO Aldo on Twitch, thank you very much for the follow. And
I mean,
Lunatico says whale equals Docker because memes. Of course, why wouldn't it be?
does that mean we're gonna be? Oh yeah, we're gonna be stuck in Docker.
Maybe.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Welcome to the stream, LTO Aldo. Okay, let's do some fuzzing. So it's just a number, right?
Yeah, the default number is 30.
The default number is 30.
I don't know if it's like one of those L5s where you have to have a true statement like 30 and whatever 30 dot dot slash.
Okay.
But there's supposedly a lot of vulnerabilities.
Okay, who says there's a lot of vulnerabilities?
WordPress scan.
WordPress scan, okay. Phantom, no worries, no worries. I'm not allowed to say the E word. You guys can all say the E word all you want. It's fine. Whoa.
The split word.
Hold on. What was the name of the file that you downloaded? The PDF file. What was the name of that file?
New featured underline.pdf.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. And you've taken a look at the PDF file. You'd searched it with strings and all that other good stuff.
I mean, I haven't done strings, but strings just, you know, your default PDF with some like file that doesn't exist internally.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to make a comment and then re-download the PDF, like seeing if it will take your new comment and give you something, it just gives you the same file.
Okay.
Unless you want to try yourself.
No, I believe you.
If it's a mix of find the magic PDF converter page, then I have been looking in the wrong spot.
Download the post and convert it to PDF. I mean, we might have to do some more in-depth directory busting on this. Maybe some Ferrex Buster. So the other thing is that did you do very much in enumeration against the web page on port 443?
No.
Maybe I can do some. Maybe I can do some directory busting on that. Okay, so I think. Yeah, I'll just do some directory busting against that, and that'll take a while. So we just need to. This Lunetico. This is a Linux box. And I guess I'll stop my brute force attack. I don't know if I should stop my brute force attack on the WordPress page.
I don't remember if I tried SSH.
Yeah, I'm still brute forcing on SSH. I don't think that's really gonna go through. Maybe I should stop. Yeah, I'll stop that one.
What word was did you use?
Just good old RockU.
If you check the badges, some of the boxes, or there's a badge for lateral movement, and I have no idea which one is lateral movement.
It's probably. Well, I mean, that's hard to say.
I can't tell if that means like lateral movement on the same machine or lateral movement to a different machine. So.
Okay, so
Not.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do some fuzzing against that that download endpoint that uses the URL parameter. Okay. Ah, okay. You know, some of these numbers give a non-standard response. Let me filter.
Is it just find the PDF?
Maybe.
There's an IDOR.
Okay, so
You echo.
I think I saw a weird response when I tried to download the number 1. Okay, need to switch up my music just a sec. Huh. I downloaded a different PDF. I downloaded a different PDF when I used the number 1 in the URL parameter, but it looks like another. Okay, so Ayaz, what are you doing? What are you doing? So we're just doing a challenge over at PwnTillDawn, and if you don't have an account at PwnTillDawn, you can make one for free. Jug Pearl, vhost enumeration. So, OreoBite says that they tried vhost enumeration already.
It just returned dub. I guess you could try if you like, but
no, I mean, it seems that we have too many scans going on at the same time. But I might do that a little later. Yeah. Subdomain enumeration. I usually like to do that with FFUF. It says write-up not authorized, so maybe we shouldn't be solving this box on stream.
Do you want to solve a different machine?
Well, I mean, if we want to be nice to the people at the organizers of the website, but we need to find a machine that you haven't tried yet that also allows write-ups. Oh, abort! Sorry, PwnTillDawn administrators. We didn't mean to start revealing all of your secrets. Okay.
Have you done? How do I just see if this one is allowed? Where does it say that again?
It says write-up not authorized if you go over to the description for the box.
Oh. Shall we switch to Echo?
Where's Echo? Oh, echoCTF? We could switch over to echoCTF.
Ah.
Because you haven't done most of the stuff over at echoCTF, right?
I thought we were going to... Yeah. Let's see.
We could also switch over to eword.education.
Eword.education?
Yeah. So the what was it? I think it was called like the Nebula machine.
Are any of these allowed?
You tell me. I'm not the person.
I'm slowly cycling through them. They're...
Oh, Aqua. Yeah, Aqua was with us the last time we did echoCTF. Yeah. We knocked over the servers a bunch of times.
I was talking about the yeah, it seems like all the ones I've left to solve are
They're all no write-ups allowed. Well, I mean, we could do the Nebula machine. You downloaded it, right? You downloaded the Nebula machine. You got it working?
I actually don't remember. Good tab.
I think we were talking about this last week.
If the machine is downloaded, I just need to import it.
Oh, okay. Because
watch my computer have a poopy day.
Nah, it should be okay. It's not a super high resource virtual machine, anyways.
The ISO image.
Aqua
it came
asks,
with an ISO image, right?
Aqua asks, did you do artificial on Hack the Box? I don't really do Hack the Box, so for any machine on Hack the Box, the answer is probably no. I like to do stuff that I can do for free and on stream, and the stuff that you can do on stream is not free over at Hack the Box. But I mean, that was fun for a little while.
Okay, well, for my insanity, I was gonna run this over here and stop this. Anyways,
So Aqua says, how about some Volnix? The problem with Volnix is that we haven't downloaded. We'll have to download the virtual machines. and
yeah,
s-
I want to know what the new Windows Easy, super easy machine. It's like 7 gigabytes.
7 gigabytes over at Volnix.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's like 7 gigabytes.
Unless you want to do.
Well, unless you want to do one of the Linux machines from Volnix, or from or if you want to do a Linux machine from HackMyVM.
It's 6.9 gigabytes. Nice.
Yeah, 6.9, and that was probably intentional. So, I mean, if you want to do one of the medium, we could do a medium machine from Volnix or HackMyVM. That could work as well. You just need to decide on one.
What machines have you not done? Which platform?
HackMyVM, let's see, Volnix. I haven't done. I only ever did easy boxes from low-end easy boxes from HackMyVM. I haven't done any of the medium ones. So if you wanted to try a medium one out, that could work.
Medium. Because we already did change. We already did controller.
Let's see, Nixie CS. In short, it's about allowing people to follow these trainings and practice on the same machine since not everybody can afford paid labs. So yeah, I mean, that's how I approach things on my channel. I only like to do stuff that everybody can get access to, because not everybody has a bunch of money. And even though, I mean, Hack the Box isn't super expensive, but some people don't have $15 or $20 to subscribe to Hack the Box every month.
If you have a student account or a student email, you can get a discount on their academy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if we can decide on like a medium level machine from Volnix, I can start downloading it right now.
Surprise me, just pick a box.
All right, let me filter these out. Let's try a newer one. There's this machine called Eid, and well, actually, let's take a look at the names of these machines. I want to pick one that sounds like it could be fun. Hey, do you know very much against? Do you know a lot about hacking against web application firewalls?
Who? Me?
You, yeah. Because there's a machine called MyWAF.
Or we have to scan it like super odd.
You know what? Okay. There's.
We want to try it.
No. Let's see if I can find it. There's this one called Future. How about Future then? Let me grab the download link. Hold on.
I'm sorry, which platform again?
So it's Volnix, and the machine is called Future. Let's see if I can grab.
Great.
So I'll leave the link in the chat. GoPro Slowyo is here. Hello, nice to see you here. Wow. I haven't
at all.
What do you say?
Change the stream title.
Change the stream title? Okay, let me go ahead and download that box, and then we can start.
Oh, next ECS, thanks for the follow. Okay, Pro is here.
Yep.
I'm juggling 2 screens instead of 3, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna download that machine. Shouldn't take too long. It's only 1.3 gigs.
Well, they need to extract it. They need to import it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's a whole process, but that's what, you know, the great thing about working on virtual machines that you deploy is that you don't have to worry about restarting the machines if you knock them over.
Except for it's the Windows machine. The only problem with that is if you mess up the configuration and have to rebuild the machine.
Okay, so Aqua says, how do you do setup for network adapters for your Vulnix VMs? Host-only adapter? You could do host-only adapter, you could do NAT network if you wanted to. Host-only adapter is probably the best way to do it, since you don't want the machines to be able to access the internet. Because that's the safest way to go. That's the safest way to not get hacked. You got the link, right, Oreo?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
middle point it.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm at almost 900 megabytes.
Yeah. Shame that we couldn't continue on with the box that we were doing.
It seems like the only machine that's allowed is Portal.
I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure that's not the case, but
well, clicking around, it seems like.
But then again, there's a bunch of machines that you've already completed that might have had write-ups enabled as well. But it's fun to do stuff. It's fun to do stuff. What is the word? Spontaneously. Okay, I think I finished downloading the machine, so I just need to unzip the thing and then deploy it to my virtual machine network. Have you ever used the can enable?
Okay, my computer
password?
had like a mass.
What happened to your
No,
computer?
one of my professors a long time ago brought it up as a tool, and then we never used it in class.
Oh, okay. Apparently, well, I mean, I don't know. If anybody has experience with Cane Enable in chat, let us know. It's going to be a few minutes while I deploy the machine. Just a second, everybody.
It doesn't work out. I have no energy and motivation. You can do it, GoPro. You can work out.
GoPro says just lurk and have to work out. No motivation and energy. You got to work on you. I mean, you got to work on the physical you, as well as the mental you. They're all relevant. Thank you very much for following Gray Dana on Twitch. Thank you. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
I would say
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Linux.
Okay, just gotta set up this virtual machine. Import appliance.
Also.
Importing machines for Vulnix is usually pretty painless. I haven't had very many issues with them. But Aqua, if you wanted to work on the same machine yourself, you're welcome to download the thing. The link should be in chat still. Okay, so future, it's here. The future. Let me put it on the correct network. Let's put it on the host-only adapter.
Okay, well this is just having a fit. That's awesome. We'll just stop this. Just write this down for later.
Okay, so it's starting up.
For my own. I think it'd be fun to finish PwnTillDawn eventually. It's just one of those things that I got super hard stuck and then kind of just... Okay, this is just getting stuck.
Okay, so I've got an IP address. Yeah, so there's this is one of the fun machines that actually tells you which IP address it's running from. So this is going to be on my ETH1. I'm not too sure which network adapter it's using. It should be ETH1.
I'm gonna slowly, carefully post things on my computer because my computer has become super sluggish for some reason.
What is the name of that DC DH something something client, right? To get an IP address. What is that command called?
DHCP or
DHCP client? DH. No, wait.
what's that?
If anybody knows in chat. Okay. If anybody knows in chat, please let us know. Linux command DH client command. DH client.
I'm carefully trying to make sure my computer doesn't explode. Sorry, can't be more helpful.
Okay, so then we need to give the...
There we go. Don't need this anymore. Okay. How to import it and pray it doesn't matter.
Gray Dana says, came here to learn about ethical hacking, staying from my voice. Thank you. Thank you, I try. I try. Okay.
Check the MD5 some of the file.
Pardon me?
Before running it.
Oh, you mean the MD5 hash?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't.
It's fine.
Volnix usually there's usually no problem with Volnix.
I created a.
Okay. I think I might need to... Well, let me see if I can ping the device. So, ping...
Okay, my computer hasn't exploded. That is great.
Okay, so I can communicate with the device. I'm not too sure which...
Now to import it, I want to explode.
Huh. Anyways, I can communicate with the device so I can start my Nmap scans on it. What's your progress? Worry about it.
Alright, import this thing. Okay. I don't understand why my computer is so sluggish.
Is it because of the Is it because of the VM Escape 0 day that you downloaded with the Future machine?
Zero day?
No, it's just a joke.
What? What's 0 day?
Well, it's just a joke about, people including VM Escape 0 days with these boxes. Because why would you burn a 0 day why would you burn a 0 day for, like, VirtualBox on something like this?
The application, or the website they use to host the VMs that you download from.
Mm-hmm.
Then it is pleasure.
Okay, so let's see.
Slowly.
Well, I'm ready to let's see.
My computer.
How many minutes out do you think you are?
Do it.
How many minutes out do you think you are, Oreobite?
Just give me like one.
Okay.
Or two.
Sure.
Almost there. I don't understand. I gave this machine is bare metal. Has a bunch of RAM. Has a okayest graphics card. I run one import and the whole system breaks out.
What distro are you running?
Bare metal Kali.
What Kali?
I don't feel like bare metal Kali Linux.
Oh, bare metal Kali. Somebody was asking me about that in chat. I think the last time I streamed, they said, "Is it a good idea to run Kali on bare metal?"
Some people will disagree. I say, why not?
Okay.
this is half a function, and the other half is
Well, I mean, if
Yeah,
you
we're
really
gonna
want
keep
to, you know, you never feel as much like a hacker when you're using Kali on bare metal, right?
Okay. Discovery. Okay, I think the machine is up.
Okay.
There's a better way to do this, but I'm not doing it without ping.
Okay.
I think it's gap actually.
So let's go ahead and run. You ready to run the initial nmap scans?
I'm just doing the normal way I do it.
Oh, okay. So I'll start my
Finding
nmap scan now. Okay.
What was I gonna say?
Wow, that's a lot of ports. That's a lot of ports.
Give me a lot of ports.
That's
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of.
say, oh yeah.
That's a lot of ports.
So
Which ports do you start with first?
I'm
do you go in numerical order?
what is this? Like the box from Try Hack Me, or every port was open.
there's a box from Try Hack Me where every port was open, really?
Yeah, every port was open.
Okay, you know, we can start doing some web app enumeration first.
Are you sure there's more than
2, 4, 6, 8. I count 8 open ports.
what? How do you have 8 open ports?
We're dealing with the same box, right? Okay. Let me try. So the great thing about running
feature, like feature that's it.
the great thing about running virtual machines on your same network is that the scans come back super fast. That's the best part.
Let me just double check that I have. Well,
Aqua says they got 2 ports.
Yeah, I got 2 ports.
You got 2 ports. Why did I get 8 ports? You know what? I'm gonna need to scan this again. I mean, I didn't run anything super crazy with my nmap. It just looks like this. What box is this? I may work on it. So this is the future box. The future box from Volnix. Let me grab the link for you.
Yeah, this is the machine, right? Like, I'm not tripping.
So I mean, I'm pretty... T5 will give wonky results. Maybe. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to crack? No, we're just doing our initial scans right now. I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I might be getting some false positives. I don't know, but there is a web app. There's a port 80, at the very least. So there's an assets, content, images.
Let's not do this in downloads.
Probably want to take a look at this in Nikto. And I suppose we could just navigate to the website manually.
Oh, hi, son.
Okay, so it's 19. Okay, what? Oh, it's Back to the Future themed. It's Back to the Future themed. Awesome. Okay, so let's click here if you want to go to the future or the past. Oh, man, somebody spent a long time getting these GIFs. Okay, well, it's a very thematic future Nix. Huh. Something tells me that this is a CTF-like box. Okay, well, let me go back to my nmap scan. So I think I got all false positives with those other ports. I'm pretty sure that the only 2 ports that are open are 80 and 22. Let me run the same scan again, but with 4 threads instead. Whoa, I still discover all those ports. This is weird. Okay,
Window location rough. Ooh, huh. Can I still reach this? Oh. It just redirects you after the GIF. Okay, or GIF, or...
whatever that is. So there's a contents directory. So the assets directory, the content directory, and the image directories, those are all listable. So you can just go in there and take a look.
Well, there's no... Okay, well... Ferox...
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna Ferox Buster this thing. And Ferox Buster. Hold on, I'm gonna shut off my burp suite.
Yeah, that's kind of nice, where it's like immediately done.
Why is my Ferox Buster not working? Oh, okay. I just need to run it again.
Man, this is a very technical difficulty stream today.
Well,
I was gonna say, oh yeah, the way you make content is really smooth.
You think so?
You play it. I was watching you before jumping into stream today.
What are you talking
the way
about?
You manage your windows is very smooth.
Well, I mean, if you like it, you can copy it. Why not? nothing preventing you, right?
I try to do something similar but different.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyways, I think it's really smooth.
Okay, I have no idea where we really want to go inside this web app here. Oh, there's a file upload page.
What?
There's a file upload page. It's the page is called homework.html. So it says here that you have to do your homework in HTML, then when you upload it, it will be converted to PDF and then sent to BIF. Okay. Well, it's a lot of extensions. Okay, so it might be a file upload vulnerability here, right? It says when you upload the file, it's going to be converted to a PDF, and so it's we're taking advantage of some sort of conversion tool. So what is what's the payload usually in this case?
That depends on what's converted into PDF.
That's a good.
Can we view the PDF?
So that's a good question. That's a good question. We should probably answer that question.
If we upload a file and get a PDF, can we like run exec tool and say it was created by this? Or is it more
Maybe.
complex than that? Supposedly, there was a fundraiser by the high school, and somebody I was watching on YouTube was
Who?
where they shot the German in Venice, I believe. Unless I got the guy's name wrong. He went to they were doing a tour of where they shot the scenes for this movie.
Back to the Future?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like the high school. There's like a little
Okay.
fundraiser that they were holding. Interesting.
Anyways, I'm
Anyways.
going to try uploading a test file for the PDF conversion thing.
Oh.
Who?
Okay.
Augustin
Okay, that
Ravenna
was-
has just subscribed
that
on
wasn't-
YouTube. Thank you very much, Augustin. Thank you. You're now HackerFrog. Touch temp.
That wasn't hidden at all. It was just in the menu. Okay.
Okay, so submit this thing. It says only HTML files, so it's filtering on something. I guess it's looking for. What do you think it's looking for?
I mean, you could have. Well.
Okay, let me try uploading another HTML file. Temp hacked. Nullsec, maybe that would work. Particle do. Let's see. I assume it's a CLI tool. Okay, let's try that again. So upload.
Well. Yeah. So.
PDF file does not exist after conversion. So I got an error when I tried to upload a legitimate HTML file. Okay.
It's a capital H font.
Hold on. Let's see. Particle DD says try PHP 5 or PHTML. PHP 5 or PHTML. Oh yeah, so those are yeah, those are yeah, okay.
The easiest way to do it would be to fuzz all the extensions in Burp Suite or wfuzz with like an extensions list.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how they're filtering. Oh. There's an HTTP comment in the code. Let me paste the comment into the chat. I think you're gonna find it very funny.
I have too many files on this computer.
Do you see it?
Hold on. The comment on so crow. I hope it. Okay, but
I mean,
that's
but
great. But like, what
yeah, but how?
user-
Right? But where? Right?
Course. What is like the characters in the show, the users?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, it
Only
says
HTML.
it's only accepting .html files. So can we actually make these HTML files like double-barreled?
I tried to submit an HTML file and it complained.
Well, I mean, it could be that the application is bugged, so that it actually doesn't work properly. Okay, so
Okay, I can't. Come on, Burp Suite, you can open. You can do it. I believe in you.
you're having problems opening up Burp Suite?
Cool.
Okay, so let's try uploading the double-barreled file extension. So it gives me an error message. The uploaded file is not a valid HTML file, error code 0. But it doesn't let you upload legitimate HTML files either. It's, I don't know.
Go to Burp Suite. Let's see.
You know, let me just copy this homework.html. Let's grab all that. Okay, copy it. We'll just...
Repeater. No, not repeater. Go to... Intruder.
Okay. Is this a rabbit hole? I mean... If it's a rabbit hole, then it's kind of a cruel rabbit hole. Oh, you know, yeah, maybe we should try grabbing the entire website with the cool tool, and then trying to brute force the SSH login with the Biff character.
I mean, it's Biff, Marty.
Biff, Marty, Doc Brown.
Do we have to run it through like their full names and run it through like a username generator?
It's probably easier than that. It's probably just Biff.
Okay, well I'm gonna fuzz this upload.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Actually, real quick,
PDF file does not exist after conversion. Particle says, is there a way to find the password or user, I presume with cool? It's probably... Okay, so how do you run the cool command again? So cool...
W... write file...
M something something... whatever.
What's in the order matter? I always feel like I...
I don't know. Let me go ahead and... What is... here?
And then... we need... payload configuration... load... free tools...
Okay, so I think... What? What happened here? Oh, I used the wrong IP address. Okay. Let me grab that IP address again. No, wait, this is the right IP address.
I don't know if I have to turn off your encoding. I'm smart. I'm so smart.
SMRT.
The biggest blunder of fuzzing for parameters is enabling your own coding and have burp suite fail and everything.
You know, I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that...
So I find a password user curl. I mean, we can set the password list as the users list. It would take longer, as long as it's not like lockout policy. Response.
I think there's something wrong with my networking information.
So it seems like if you upload, let's see, there's HTML. Is HTML not on this list as a default proof of concept? If you upload a file,
Okay.
HTML file.
So particle says if you find something with cool, my question is for what? So we've got port 22 open on the machine, so we could just do some SSH brute force with whatever we find in the list. Wait.
Okay, so the question is, even if we upload a file, where does it go? So there's such a place. Content.
What? Hold on. I uploaded
Yeah, isn't it?
a HTML page and called index.html and it replaced the index.html on the web server.
What?
This is all sorts of screwed up. This is really screwed up.
Wait, how did... Huh? Let's... No. Really?
No, try it yourself.
Because-
Try uploading a page called index.html and then
But-
check the
but
indexation.
the default page is not index.html.
The index, well, I mean, the default page is not HTML?
No, the default page is not. Okay, fine.
Well, I mean,
Hold on.
index.php doesn't return anything.
No. I mean, like.
What is this? I mean, the landing page, it redirects you to something. This is really nutty.
The default landing page is the number.
Number?
Just it's like the number of the year of HTML. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. What? What did you do?
Okay, so the menu...
Yeah, it's not doing
1955,
that for me. I don't know what you did,
2015.
but
I don't know if this is intentional.
yo, was it her?
It says template by phpjabbers.com.
This isn't like. I mean, this is a static site. This is probably not gonna work.
I uploaded Yeah, PHTML. Well, actually, I don't think PHTML is going to work because it says it filters by file extensions. Okay.
Yeah, if you try to
So-
do PHTML, it's gonna hard complain.
So future.nix, index.html.
But my question I was trying to ask is, directory listing's enabled, right? But
Where? Yeah, I mean, most of these directories have directory listing enabled.
yeah, but like, I don't want to like go back to the whole website again.
Okay, let's try the cool thing again. Where is it? Here.
Is it just cool? What a day.
Is it ever that easy?
I think I'd be more disappointed if that's the answer. Cool. Depth 5 word, right?
Okay, well, I mean, even if it's disappointing, at least it's a solution, right?
Is it manageable? Sure.
Okay, so let's just try
Oh,
some Hydra
well,
shenanigans.
I guess. Did you allow redirection? Was that not an issue? I guess let's see if that's an issue.
Okay, so I'm just doing.
Yeah, an issue.
I'm attacking port 22 with the with Hydra. Let's see if brute forcing works. Maybe not.
Okay, we're just going to have to do every page because this is killing me. Because when you first visit the site, it like plays this thing. So we're going to have to just
You know what else we could do is we could use the cool list and we could fuzz for endpoints.
So the thing is that if you try to do cool in the website, it plays that like GIF,
Okay.
which means it only gets like half the words. So.
Okay.
One,
Okay. So. Let's do.
Go back. Alright, this is like working. Oh no.
I haven't used GoBuster in a while.
Yeah. Wait. These are different, right? Okay, so yeah, these are different. Thanks, Meld. You're the best.
Huh. So the cool list wasn't used for an endpoint. It's kind of disappointing. But then again, I didn't try it with all of the, okay. So Ferrex Buster. I'm going to stop with the Ferrex Buster. I'm going to try it with the cool list.
Got 1, 2,
Metadata on the
3,
metadata on the pictures. I don't know if I want to do that.
I mean, yeah, we would just have to like while true, but then have to get around the redirection. Yeah. Two all together.
Okay, we actually found some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found some stuff by running the cool lists through Ferrex Buster. Let me see if I can identify. Oh, you know what else we could fuzz? We could fuzz the numbers for the years. Because there might be a hidden page.
Is there any year that Morning McFly went to or didn't go to in the show?
Well, we could probably ask the AI. Okay, so in the back to the
That
future,
actually kind of funny, actually. Back to the future. What years did they travel to?
so you might get a different answer than I get. I'm asking DeepSeek.
I'm looking at the wiki.
Okay, so there's 1985.
Oh,
1955. 2015.
1985 is the only date that's not on here.
1985 is not on the list? Really?
1985 is not in the menu.
Oh, really?
It's not found either. Rip. Never mind. Alright. Back to...
Yeah, it's not found. Wait. Maybe it's not HTML. Maybe it's PHP. Nope, not that either. Was worth a try.
Okay, how bad of a... I keep stuttering. How... Marty...
2015.
Brown.
So they're only 4 years. There's 1885, 1955, 1985, and 2015. The original date is 1985, yeah.
Yeah, I love making word lists. that is not the undo button.
You sound so You sound so enthusiastic.
Usually, when you make word lists, you always miss the one thing you need.
Yeah?
And it's not that you were doing it wrong. It's not that you had the wrong idea. It's just that you were playing with the wrong answer, kinda.
Well, I mean, we've got our word list. I don't know. Let me take a look at the word list.
Okay, I'll just do. Actually, before I do that, and then let's see, name smash.
Wait, could we use this as like a subdomain? Maybe we need to use the cool list as a subdomain.
No, I don't know.
No. It's possible. It's possible.
No.
Let me go ahead and add the thing to the etc hosts. Okay, so
Well, in that case, let me add 1895.
so future.nix is the name of the box,
No.
and this is the IP address. Okay.
If you had a time machine, what would you do with it?
If I had a time machine, what would
Yeah.
I do with it? I don't know. Go back in time, buy all the stocks. Go into cybersecurity way earlier, so that I can actually have a retirement after I'm done. Would you still go into cybersecurity? Would you still be a computer person?
I wouldn't worry about what I worried about so much.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you had unlimited money through investments, that'd probably help you self-actualize, right?
Basically, I told somebody, wouldn't it be nice if you just had the answer to everything? And their initial response was, wouldn't that be boring?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, actually, it'd be really awesome because then you could choose how much effort you want to put in that day. And you don't have to worry about being like, I need to take a break because you know it's going to work out in the end.
Doesn't that lead to existential crisis later?
Yeah, that didn't give me any supplements.
Okay, let's...
Crisis later.
What?
That's what you said.
That's for later?
Computers.
Okay. Okay, so it's, I haven't used FFUF for regular old stuff in a really long time.
Users.
I need to look up how to do this again, jeez. Okay, so FFUF fuzz subdomain.
Okay, we have our users list. We're just gonna go for it with Hydra.
Error asks, what field were you in before cybersecurity? At me. I graduated from art school from one of Canada's most prestigious art colleges, but I didn't do anything with my art degree. And then I went to teach in Asia for like half a decade, and then I came back and yeah, all sorts of fun. I had a couple of failed businesses, and then I decided to go into cybersecurity.
I want to ask what kind of businesses?
I really don't want to talk too much about my failed businesses.
What was your original idea? But okay, not what was the business, but what was your original inspiration?
The original inspiration was that somebody told me that they had a really good idea for a business, and it was a surefire thing, but it turns out it wasn't a surefire thing. And I spent a lot of time and effort trying to actualize it, and it didn't happen.
Oh. NSR to make sure the username is the password, then we can be done. Watch this not work either. I'm gonna be very sad. Okay,
Deems
I don't
asks,
do
are
this
you doing this as a
anymore.
hobby or are you looking for a cyber job? Deems, are you talking to me? I'm
little
trying to
bit
be
of both.
I'm trying to be a content creator. So I'm gonna see if I can make a living by helping people get into cybersecurity and make a bunch of content on cybersecurity stuff. Trying to get beginners in and making beginner-friendly content.
I make content too, just not different. Well, okay, so some extensions seem to be allowed, I guess, but they don't really. One of us looks weird. You gotta. Bob, but no carrot.
Okay, so the website is future.net.
Oh, you're talking about.
What are we talking
Match
about?
users list. Oh, I picked like just some usernames and I just smashed them together
Oh, okay.
with name smash.
Username smash.
It's what tool I'm talking about?
Which tool? Oh, you mean cups? What are you talking about?
No, not cups. Word list. Name mash.py. Yeah, I can use user anarchy.
Anarchy. Why would it be anarchy?
No,
Let's
user
see.
anarchy is
MKid.
another word with generator.
MKid says, I did a certification in cybersecurity, which is the most basic C cybersecurity education in Australia. I don't know where to go from here. MKid, hello. Nice to see you here on YouTube. Do you live in a big city in Australia? If you live near a big city, then you can probably make friends with the people in the cybersecurity community. So if you live in a big city like, I don't know, Melbourne or Sydney or what is that other big city? What are some other big cities in Australia? I don't know. But Melbourne, right, okay. So, I mean, you can probably search these up. Let me see if I can get myself a private window, and then Melbourne Cyber Security Meetup. This is the best, there you go. Let me get that link. Actually, let me go to the link first. So this is probably a good resource for you.
But no
You go to those meetups, you talk with these people, and you get good at whatever role that you want to do, and then eventually, after making friends, they'll be able to recommend jobs to you. But the first thing you have to do is you need to be a good member of the community. Okay, so I did my subdomain enumeration. I didn't find anything. Did you try the same thing, OreoBite?
No, I'm gonna try to. Okay, we're just gonna wreck SSH. Let's do 32 threads, but.
Yeah, MKid, no problem. I'm sometimes the best solution isn't the technical solution. Of course, you have to have the technical skills to work in cybersecurity, but
What is this, Occam's razor?
getting your
Simple
first
solution is always the best.
Well, I mean, the simplest solution is knowing a guy who's gonna recommend you for the job, right?
Yeah, which reminds me, I need to check on something.
Okay, so
Okay, there we have, as requested, other users. Let's pray that this works. Pray.
oh, Tanner. Tanner was another. Wait, Emmett. Huh. I don't know. Maybe we can still try brute forcing that SSH.
Hopefully my audio levels are okay. Okay, it seems like your voice is on the same like
Is it? Is it?
volume as mine, kind of. Maybe a little bit quieter. That should be okay. To run a file a little. Okay, well, let's see if that works. I could have probably like sorted the word list to make it smaller. Altogether, cat altogether, sort unique, filter to sort words. Where is it there? Actually, do we even know if SSH is not requiring a key?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been able to successfully brute force into there. I don't know. I don't know what that really says.
Connection reset. That's because I'm smashing it to smithereens. Oh.
Okay, so,
Oh.
what were some other names from this list here?
Must have. Yeah.
So is there
Okay, it seems like it requires. We can.
Yeah.
We might be able to get away with brute forcing. Okay, I'll just try 4. I'm just not sure where this goes to.
Aqua says it might be SSRF or something. I hate it. I mean, are you taking a look at the upload endpoint there still?
Well, the only thing I've come to discover is that it either responds with only HTML files or only HTML files are allowed.
I mean, there might be some sort of filter bypass.
Allowed. Did you upload a file without any extension?
I didn't try. I didn't try that.
Because even if we upload a file, there's no like, no.
Okay. So OreoBud, I want you to try uploading an HTML file, like a legitimate HTML file, and then I want you to try, going to index.html on the website.
I tried that; it didn't work.
It didn't work?
Yeah. Immediately after you said it, I tried it and it didn't work.
Did we check out the HTML source of that page?
No.
Are you talking about the download page? Okay, you have to do the homework in HTML, then when you upload it, it will be converted into PDF and then sent to Biff. How about McFly? Maybe the name we're supposed to log in with is McFly.
Oh.
Particle Dedu says, if it's an easy box, we need to think very simply. So it's a medium level box. So these ones are usually a little bit trickier. A little trickier. Yeah, the subdomain thing didn't work. Just for fun. Siva says, what room? Yeah, let me get the list over here. So it's... It's this box from Volnix.com.
Well, it seems like it. If you try to upload a file without an extension, it doesn't exist. So
Okay, as in, what, does it give you an error message?
when you try to search for it in the file upload thing, when you go to all files, it just anything that doesn't have an extension isn't clickable. Not clickable.
Okay.
Oh well. Well. But yeah, here's our index. We submit it. Okay, great. It gets processed. We go to index and HTML and it doesn't work.
Okay, it's time for a break on Twitch, so I'll run the ad on YouTube as well. And you know what? It's time to put on some birds. How about my favorite bird video? And this is the one with the fledgling stellar jays. Enjoy. We'll be back in about 1 minute. Just gotta have a little water break.
Okay, can I get like an example with some type of proof of concept so I'm not wasting my mind? Any idea of what the technology is? Like, you can't cheese it with the okay.
What the technology... I mean, it's really pointing to... It's really pointing to us trying to figure out what the upload page is all about. But that kind of goes against using the cool program to get the word list. I don't know. Thank you very much for following Door Reed. Door Reed. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Let's go ahead and give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's put the baby birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, so the endpoint is you know, I kind of want to check to see if there really is like a hidden year somewhere in there. Let's see. So it's like 1800 to, I don't know, maybe 2000, 2100 or something like that. Let's try making a list with those numbers. $1800 to 2100. Okay. And then we can do a little fuzz.
Okay, great. A proof of concept that I can't copy and paste.
Proof of concept that you can't copy and paste? Did you successfully upload something?
I'm just trying to find something to do or use that will SRF test. I'm just trying to get an idea of what to try.
Okay, so I just confirmed that there's only three that there are only 3 years that are valid. Darn it. Okay, so PHP jabbers. PHP jabbers, PHP scripts. Oh. Huh.
Oh, what?
There's a bunch of hacks. There's a bunch of e-words for PHP jabbers.
Where are you getting the idea of PHP jabbers from?
The PHP jabbers is located at the bottom of the webpage.
That was just in the vSource.
So it says company name template. Company name template. But we don't know what template it is. Okay, so, I guess we could go... Rick Burns! Hello, nice to see you here, Rick Burns. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some, some hacking exercises. Lots of fun.
Oh, XR34.
Let's see, blog titles.
XR34V.
So, I mean, this looks like... I mean, this is definitely a blog. Particle to do?
Particle to do. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I'm missing like everybody's follows because unfortunately I only have 2 monitors at the moment.
Where are you gonna go? When are you going to upgrade into the 6 monitor life?
You have 6 monitors?
No, I don't have 6 monitors. I kind of wish I had 6. I kind of wish I had 6 monitors. I only have 4.
I tried to go 4 and it was too much.
Yeah, I mean, I use all of my monitors, so every time I get a new monitor, I think that I'll never use it, but I'm using all 4 of the monitors right now.
I just feel like it became too cluttered.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Let's see if we get a request.
Let's see, Nullsec says maybe that's just hinting at a PHP vector. PHP vector?
Error, PDF file does not exit after conversion.
Yeah, I think I've gotten that error message as well.
Well, it did a thing.
Okay, well, let me try doing the cool list again, but this time I'll include more in the list.
Okay, I have like way too many tabs open now. PHP jabbers. Wait, is PHP jabbers just the like website template? Or
not sure.
Oh, is there a PDF conversion tool?
You know what? I mean, I could. Okay, let me start up Burp Suite. I'll take a look at the.
So, is this a free thing, or did somebody pay for this sticker box?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, like, did somebody pay for this template, or was it free?
It's probably free. I mean, why would you pay for something you're doing for a CTF box?
Because you get a PHP Jabbers, it's um.
Okay, so
Oh, I guess you to download. I guess it's free. You just need a login account. Interesting. Do you want to try to find what template they used and look at the code?
it's a good point.
Or do you think that's gonna take too long?
Thank you very much, Ilya Romanov, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much for the follow, or the subscribe. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, let me... So it looks like everything... I mean, I haven't found anything for PHP. Have you found any other PHP pages?
I can double check. Okay, this is brute force. It's not getting me anywhere. Oh, what wordless have you used?
Let's see. Nullsec says, think it's a PHP script that was converting the HTML to a PDF. Yeah, maybe. The other thing we could do is we could download this this screenshot on the homework page and we can scan it to see if it has any weird information inside. Because it's possible.
You have a PDF file?
What? I don't have a PDF file. No, I was talking about an image file.
Oh, that's the one file extension I never fuzzed for as PDF.
Oh, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Maybe we should search for some PDF on with Ferrex Buster or something.
Which I get, not a lot of stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not getting anything either. We can also scan it with the cool list, just in case there's some PDF file that is also in the cool list. We can come back to that later. Let me get that. Okay, so this is the link for the image.
It just seems like it's a lot of,
Aqua says, I got proof of concept of SSRF. I'll share it on Discord. I mean, you can probably paste bin it as well. If you paste bin it, then everybody can take a look. But yeah, if there's actual SSRF, then congratulations on doing some research. Okay, let me take a look at Discord. And Aqua, are you okay sharing it with everybody, or do you want to keep it to yourself? Oh, it's fine sharing with everybody. Okay. Yeah, you can paste bin it and then leave the paste bin link in the chat. Thank you, Aqua. Okay, so that's a JPEG file. And try running strings. Okay, nothing super suspicious with strings. How about stegseek?
Yeah, I think it's just.
Okay, so nothing with stegseek. There was an assets and a content directory, right? Content directory. I wonder what the name of the page is, what the actual landing page is called. I guess we could also examine this file as well, the PNG one.
This is not what I need.
Okay.
Or at least, unless I'm not sure if you sent it to me or not.
What? What are we talking
This
about?
just breaks. We'll just do this is RF.
All right. So there's the content directory. There's also the assets directory with all the JavaScript stuff. I kind of don't want to look through all of those JavaScript files. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Sir, did you go somewhere? Sorry, I'm kind of zoning out.
Grab my phone off the charger.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of dreaming about dinner right now.
Oh no.
We got all these. So 1955. What's the difference? I mean, there has to be some difference, major differences between the three pages with the different years.
Fine, we'll try a normal. You probably don't need any of this. We'll just do like. And then. Source.
Okay, and let's see the future one.
Oh!
What did you find?
I got a request.
From From where?
From the website. Huh?
Can you elaborate?
I got a GET request. Where did that happen?
Is this something that you discovered through Burp Suite?
No, just uploading files. What? Huh? When?
Can you why don't you tell me what happened one more time?
It gives me an error, but I'm gonna get a response. Great. Okay, we've already seen. What's in test again? Or I don't know. The same thing. Okay, this is. I sent JavaScript as an HTML with an open request, and got a response.
You sent JavaScript while you tried uploading a file? Is that what you're trying to say?
I uploaded HTML JavaScripts that did a GET request to my web server, and that worked. But requesting a file did not work. Okay. This is RF, I guess.
Yeah, server-side request forgery. I mean, Aqua was talking about in YouTube chat was talking about that, and they were talking about. Oh no, they said it was a false positive. hold on. Okay, let me.
Wait. Well, we have a GET request now. Now what?
Okay, let me open up my Burp Suite browser. All right. It's not a real CTF challenge unless you're tearing out your hair, huh?
I guess. Okay.
Okay, so were you able to upload anything other than .html files?
It ran the JavaScript with the .html file because it's just JavaScript.
Oh, okay. And you were able to. I mean, how did you get the upload to go off without error messages?
It still ran with the error message.
And which directory does it end up in?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No.
Oh. Then how did you access it?
It just ran the thing that was in the file. Like somebody's viewing the page.
Okay.
You don't think this is like a client-side attack where it's like upload like a phishing thing that they run?
I don't.
Ta-da, I have a shell.
I don't know if it's that sophisticated.
Like if I just do a PHP reverse shell call a day and upload that, will that just magically work?
Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out.
Is it? Are we just trying too hard? Am I trying too hard? Okay.
Okay.
I like how raw script tags work, but if you just try to upload normal HTML, it's like, no, try again.
Raw script tags.
Yeah, like JavaScript script tags.
Really?
As an HTML file.
Oh,
Okay, we're gonna be...
Okay, so... Okay, let's go back. File does not exist after conversion. Yeah, I managed to successfully upload HTML pages.
I don't know why yours is rewriting the page and mine is.
Hengi Lodwig says, hi, what am I missing? Deep Ocean says, hello, buddy. I'm a student. I'm totally confused which skills I choose to learn for AI, full stack, machine learning, cybersecurity. Can you help me for deciding which skills are more helpful in the future? So, I mean, you really need to ask yourself what skills and what field makes you excited, because the most important thing about figuring out what you want to do as a career is figuring out if it's something that you can be motivated to do. Because if you're not motivated to do any of these things, even if you spend a lot of money and spend a lot of time learning about it, it's not really worth it. That's my take. Go left to right and learn them one by one. That could take a really long time. So we can upload HTML files.
Okay, I'm making a PHP file and it's uploading and did not work. So let's go back to computer.
So how is it? Okay, so post to process.php. So the content type is text HTML. Let's send this to the repeater. So if we change the content type from text HTML to something else, what is the content type for PHP?
Not about HTML.
MIME content type manual.
How does it delineate if it's valid HTML?
That's a good question. Is it looking for just file extension? Okay, so let's search PHP file MIME type. PHP is application something something PHP. Okay, let's try subbing that in. Okay, so if we change the content type, then it gives you an error that the uploaded file is not a valid HTML file. So the PDF file does not exist after conversion. All right. Extension not allowed. So if we try to upload something that doesn't end. Abdul Rahman, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's see. Hengi Lodwig says, how about if you use the application octostream as the MIME type? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you do anything but content type text HTML, it gives you an error message. Who is Sin says, hey guys, I'm finally getting in. Is this the same box? Yeah, it's the same box. We've been stuck in it for an hour or so. Can you want? Oh, okay. So who is Sin wants to give this a shot? Let's go ahead and get the download link for for who is son. Here you go.
So the question becomes, how will we extract the data?
Okay, so let's try PHTML. PHTML extension not allowed. What were those other web? So how about PHAR? Only HTML files are allowed. What's the difference between... Let's see if it actually uploaded first. Okay, so it actually doesn't exist. So PHP extension not allowed.
I don't understand why yours is overriding HTML and mine is not.
Pardon me?
I don't understand how yours is overriding index.html.
Could you repeat that a little more slowly?
I don't understand why yours is overriding index.html and mine is not.
I mean, wait. So you tried uploading a file called index.html, but it didn't.
Yeah, it doesn't override.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I uploaded index.html and it did override. Okay. Okay. Trying to figure out how this darn thing works. Access // index.html instead of /index.html, it works. I mean, if that works, I don't know. Huh, okay. Let me give that a shot. I mean, this is what
because if we upload a file and it doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, even
okay, I don't...
What happened?
If it's a valid file, if it's deemed as a valid file, it'll be uploaded.
If it's deemed a bad file, it'll be uploaded.
A valid file.
A valid file. If it's a valid file, it'll be uploaded. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like the .html file was uploaded to the root part.
Yeah, it's uploaded to the web root. Yeah.
So I guess the question becomes how to craft something that looks enough like an HTML file. But
I mean, I've been trying to work with this. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll try FFUF to fuzz what.
Oh,
What
I mean,
what do you
will
find?
that work? I'm just thinking.
Okay, so
I'm just putting out the wrong answer here. So
can we just?
It's running JavaScript.
Okay, it's executing JavaScript. Sure.
Or script tags.
Yeah.
Could we just upload?
Could you
a
use?
Node.js?
Oh,
what
could
we
you
call
use
it
the
there.
JavaScript? Are you asking if you can use the JavaScript to upload something to the server?
No, like the Node.js payload or something somewhere. Access the desk works.
Hengi Lodwig says, can you write some HTML with JavaScript XSS? Probably. Probably. You can probably, yeah. You can probably write an XSS payload with JavaScript and upload that. So, let me try FFUF and see. What will we want to fuzz for?
I love spinning my wheels to oblivion.
Okay, so we'll upload a file, and I'm gonna fuzz. I'm gonna try all of the PHP, all the PHP. What is the word? What is it called? PHP associated file extensions. What is that list?
So you want to get the error does not exit after conversion.
Yeah.
If we're able to get this error, then whatever we're able to man, I really miss the old burp suite.
What's
where you can pause each individual request.
Oh yeah.
If we what extensions gives us error PDF does not exit after extension? Because that might be helpful. Ones.
Okay. So PHP.
So great. So I wish I could filter these one at a time or arrow through them. So
Okay, so give me the extensions list only without.
actually, you know what? It might not be the extension. It might just be the content of the file. But then, like
The content of the file?
well, actually, it might be both. Squeal. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
I mean, this is not a Windows computer.
Let's make that word list.
Actually, we need to do another attack where we set the data to this. In burp suite.
Alright, I've got my list. Time to fuzz. Why not just add PHP tags on the HTML file? If the server has PHP, it will be executed. Can you execute PHP code from HTML files? I don't think you can.
I mean, I tried that, and
I'm pretty sure the file
Didn't
extension
run the-
has to be PHP in order to run any PHP code. Okay, so we made the list. go ahead and fuzz the thing.
Well, it seems like the only other extension that partially allowed is that
Which one?
complains is CFML.
CFML?
Yeah,
CFML. What
I
are
don't know if we can use.
I don't know if that's something we can use for an attack.
We can do .xml.
.xml?
It's the scan's still running. But in the meantime, while it's running, try.
Well, we... oh, man. Okay. So we can't... Okay, so what was, somebody had a suggestion. Hangy Lodwig says, depends on the Apache config. If it has PHP FPM, it may well be executed. Well, I mean, if I just wanted to do PHP hello world, what does PHP hello world look like? Okay, PHP hello world. Great. Let's do that. Vision Bard, hello, nice to see you here. How's it going? We're just hitting our heads against the wall right now. You know how it goes. Extension not allowed. Okay, so PHP is not allowed. Let's upload this as HTML. Only HTML files. So how does it tell that it's HTML in here? Can we...
Okay, let's just see if this works. If this works, I'm gonna be very happy.
Can we do HTML like this? Okay, so I mean this uploaded. I don't know if it... Okay, let's go.
Okay, that worked.
What?
I think. Who am I? That did not work.
But there's nothing in here. The PHP code didn't
Wait.
execute. Yeah, so PHP code didn't execute.
Well, did that not do anything? Did I celebrate too soon? I celebrated too soon.
Okay, let's try that again.
Unfortunate.
If you... Sometimes you do this, you do the testing, and then you feel like a crazy person.
Yeah, tell me about it. Oh yeah, this is just right. I do feel like a crazy person. Yeah. Yeah.
So somebody else suggested, can we put a XSS payload into whatever we upload? I'll try that. I guess we can try that next.
I can't forget any of this sounds juicy, but it just gives you like, what's the word?
False positives.
It just drops you into like DevTools, but over a socket.
Okay, so it's script tags, right? Script tags.
Not a shell, but
Let's see. What does the basic XSS payload look like again? XSS payload alert something something. Okay, so alert box, script XSS alert script. Let's try this one. Okay, upload that thing. Okay, so it uploaded.
what does it run?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the XSS payload works. So the XSS payload works if we can get an XSS payload to execute. What else can we do with JavaScript? So we can upload any. I think we can upload any JavaScript we want. How can we weaponize the JavaScript code?
PHP. Oh, let's think.
I'm not very good with JavaScript. I'm gonna try asking the AI. Maybe it can help me out. Okay, so we have a CTF challenge.
Not no, it's like
Okay. All right, so we're getting some suggestions from the AI. So steal cookies and tokens. This doesn't work. Let's see, there's also server cross-site request forgery. I haven't even thought about cross-site request forgery in a really long time. Inject JavaScript.
yeah, I don't think.
You know what I think? I think. Go on.
It needs to be an extension we can execute code, but also an extension that gives us the error.
Yeah? Well, I mean, nothing but HTML has come back.
We can do CFML, we can do DLL, we can do HTML, we can do Squeal, we can do XML. And that's just it.
Wait, if we can upload... Okay, we can upload XML files.
Let's upload dot squeal.
I mean, the thing is that I don't know. We can do cross-site scripting, but cross-site scripting usually doesn't result in remote code execution.
Can we not do dot include? Yeah, dot include is bound. Response received.
Okay, so in So what is the magical cross-site scripting into remote code execution vulnerability?
Scroll did not get uploaded. Oh, maybe we can't do that. Okay, maybe that just has to be HTML.
So I'm gonna go over to, I don't know, HackerFrogs or something. Let's look up how to bypass the filters. Where do you upload the file? So the file is uploaded to the web root.
Maybe it's filtered on the PHP tags.
Well, you need the you definitely need the HTML tags inside your HTML file for it to recognize it. Okay, so Who Is Sin says if you can do an server-side request forgery file read or use the IP address for cloud, then let's see, filter, bypass, command injection, file upload, server bypass. Let's change the music.
We can't upload an HTML file that would just read the .c passivity file and display it. Actually, that won't work because well, and then visit the
I mean, you'd have to do it with JavaScript, wouldn't you? Okay, let's. Is it just me, or is HackerFrogs like a much less useful website these days?
Not sure. Could I do it from this awkward shell I have? If the socket didn't die. Unless I just instantaneously just killed it, that's cool. Fine.
Yeah, the search feature is buggy in HackerFrogs these days. It's not very useful.
That did not work.
Okay, I think I might have to to call it because I'm tired and hungry and and yeah. But you know what? Before we go, let's take a look at what's going on Twitch. I've found a new way to get people to click on YouTube videos. You know what that is?
No.
So whatever is on the screen when you end your stream on YouTube is going to be used as the thumbnail. As the thumbnail. So what you do is you put a pretty girl on the screen so that there's a pretty girl on the screen in the thumbnail.
That's never mind. You're a hacker. You could hack the planet.
Hack the planet. But you know what?
They don't call it social engineering.
For nothing. Yeah, all right. But just for fun, we'll find somebody that's actually in the science and technologies category.
Well, I'm gonna go for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Man, there are not very many people in this science and technology. How about software development?
The shell's dead.
Guess you're hacking your viewers too. Well, sort of. I don't want to. I don't want to go. I don't want to go overboard or anything.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Fetch. Okay. How about now?
How about now what?
Not a lot to local resources.
Still not, huh? Okay, okay. But anyways, yeah. Let's let me raid into your channel then. OreoBite.
Okay.
Okay, so before we go, let's talk about what we're doing on Friday. So today is Wednesday, and we are also going to be streaming on Friday. So we're going to be doing a network hacking extra demonstration. We're going to be doing a box over at TryHackMe to demonstrate that. We're going to be doing the Temperance Labs. We're going to be doing more Python coding over there. Lots of fun. We're going to be doing stack-based buffer overflows on Linux x86 from Hack the Box. This is some new content that we're doing. We're going to be going through one of their Hack the Box Academy modules over there, and we're going to see if it's fun. We'll see how fun it is. And we're also going to be doing some echoCTF Red with OreoBite. OreoBite, you're going to be around on Friday, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be around.
Okay, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and I'll start the raid on Twitch, and I think I can also do raiding on YouTube as well. Let's see. Mr. Best says, "Hey man, what software do you use? Which software do I use for what? Let me know." Okay, so OreoBite. How do you spell your name? There you go. But everybody, thank you very much for watching today, and we'll catch you next time. Jeez, it was lots of hacking and lots of fun. Catch you next time. Okay, so everybody on YouTube, I need to do the raid in a different way on YouTube. So let me go ahead and see how I can do that. So how
okay, well, I'm gonna end the show together.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Be in the background.
Talk to you later, man.
The show. Bye.
Okay, but we should still be on, yeah. Mr. Best says, I want to learn hacking. Wow. YOLO Swaggins, that's a message I don't want to see. Let's go ahead and ban you. Yeah, Mr. Best says, I want to learn hacking. Let me give you a starter pack. Go ahead and go to the links over here. I just need to figure out how to do the raid out function. Okay, so redirect. Let me get a cybersecurity channel to raid into. I don't think there are very many channels doing cybersecurity on YouTube. Not live, anyways. Okay, so YouTube live stream cybersecurity. There's pretty much nobody on. That's unfortunate. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much. I'll figure out this rating stuff later, but we'll catch you next time. Hope to see you on Friday.